One greetings from the high 10. It is Everyday Shenanigans. Thank you for joining me. Start of a new week. Same madness, different day. This is a two-part live pertaining to Quinton Simon. An obituary has been released to the general public. And the second part of this live is pertaining to the Idaho 4 University students who were viciously attacked in their home. I'm going to bring you said information to the best of my ability with a source. Thank you all so much for joining me. God bless all of you. If anything breaks up during this live, it is because it is storming here in the high 10. So prayers for those here. These things do happen. Thank you all so much for joining me. Let's start off with Quinton Simon. This source is by Brett Buffington. This is from his Twitter accounts. For those who want to follow him, feel free to go over to Twitter and sign up to follow the said commentary by the news reporter. This child's remains, I guess, will be held by this West Chatham Chapel, and it reads as follows. Quinton Oruta Ruth Simon, 21 months old. I didn't know he was 21 months. Maybe we missed something. Anyway, Savannah, Georgia, went to heaven on Wednesday, October 5th, 2022. Quinton was born in Hinesville, Georgia. He loved TV remotes, phones, tablets. He loved to watch PJ Masks, Paw Patrol, and Dragon Tales. He enjoyed chasing his brother and copying everything that his brother did. He was a bright, happy, fun, smart, loving little monkey. He would say thank you no matter what it was, even if he was the one doing something for someone else. In the mornings, if the music was on, he would dance, smiling, spinning in a circle and clapping. Quinton always gave everyone love and hugged their legs. Every time he did something he was proud of, he would come to whomever was close by and ask for boom, which was a little fist bump. Survivors include his mother, Leilani Marie Simon, father, Henry Moss Jr., a brother and sister, grandparents, Billy and Tom Howe, great-grandparents, Vernon and Ruth Sykes, Michael and Evelyn Simon, and uncles, Michael Simon, Matthew Simon, Logan Simon, Paul Simon, Joe Swain, and Quinton Betterton. Arrangements are pending at this time. Thomas C. Strickland and Sons Funeral Homes, West Chatham Chapel, 901 West Highway, Pooler, Georgia. Thank you all so much for joining me. If you'd like to donate to this great network, $sign Beganji, 129 Cash App. All stickers and chats are welcome during this live. This is a two-part live. Someone replied to Mr. Brett saying, this obituary is the exact transcript that Leilani wrote when her brother Michael Simon was interviewed by that certain person who I don't want to mention on this channel. People were asking about how was Quinton and Leilani wrote all these things in a paper, and Michael read it. I took notes from that interview. Sickening. So basically underneath what this person wrote is basically everything you just read in the obituary. Is that true? I do not know. Don't really care because these people are oblivious to what is common sense. And the one thing I noticed about this obituary is that Billy Joe, you left out the brother and sister's names, Sky and Zane. Checkmate. How convenient. You could name every other Billy Goat, Monkey, Clown, but the two important names were his siblings. You left those names out. Why? Sky and Zane, do they not exist? Oh, brother and sister. But you couldn't wait to put all the grandmamas and papas names and every fucking uncle you could name. Every uncle. Sure got a lot of children. Isn't that what you told me in my chat? I like to use the word children. Well, for you, I will use children because you're a street person, so I use street terminology. She ain't forgot nobody's name. Come on with all that bullshit. How could she forget their names, but she remember everybody else's name? Come on, don't play those games with the queen. Wrong playhouse. Why didn't you mention the names of the brother and sister? Were they not important enough to mention their government names? You called everybody else's by their damn name. And all them damn brothers. Damn, Billy Joe, all them your children or them stepchildrens? I'm just asking. See, I keep telling you all, you give them enough rope, they'll hang themselves. Just watch. Listen. Listen. Watch. Do you understand what I'm saying? Why would they not mention the mother? She is his bio donor. Survivors. Those aren't words we use in black folk obituaries. Survivors. But this ain't no black folk obituary. This no disrespect to anybody white in the chat, but we don't use the word survivors in obituaries. It's called left to something, 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 but it sure ain't that. Very interesting. Somebody else put in my chat today or last night that the CPS documents were finalized on the 5th of October. I do not know if that is true because, I don't believe anything unless I got a receipt. But how interesting would that be? The child dies on the 4th or the 5th, and paperwork for his alleged transitioning to her custody, Billy Joe, would be the same day that he's deemed dead or died. But we didn't know that. We didn't know where the baby was on October 5th. We were just regular people minding our business. Interesting. Monkey. Well, just goes to show you there's no respect even for the living. Nana Poodle writes, I'm a little torn because when I first heard those things about Quinton, I felt I knew more of what kind of a kid he was. The boom part especially made me smile. So I could see mentioning them again. I just really wish we gotten more. Yeah, good luck with that. Cat Chats Crime and Coffee says, why does it not say he was loved and will be missed by all? Something sinister in this obit, in my opinion, and it makes me uncomfortable reading it. Well, it should make you uncomfortable because you know that monsters had custody of him, rights to him. He was not loved, he or his siblings, and now he's dead by the hands of his bio donor. And now they're putting up this obituary as if they cared for the child. So hell yeah, it would be disturbing to read an obituary knowing these people had sole responsibility of the child. And then the child's remains will go to them. But that's okay. Because what I tried to explain to the chat, it was just the flesh. You can have them bones, Billy J. Billy Joe, whatever the hell your name is. Queen ain't in the mood for caring about names tonight. Billy Jean, Billy Joe, Billy Howe. All you got was the bones. Imagine that. The flesh is no longer. And the spirit is gone. Amen. So all you got is some bones to clink around in a little box. Somebody's going to pay for that because that's what people do when children die. People offer up their services for free. They offer up caskets for free. You don't need an expensive casket for some bones because the flesh is already deteriorated. It's going to deteriorate anyway. So all this that you're trying to put on is for show. But the devil needs friends, so you kindly will oblige him. So sad to think and pathetic. I like to use the word pathetic more. So pathetic these children were in the house of these goons for a short while. But God had a plan because he knew what was going to happen. He knew what was going to happen. But the most interesting part about believing in God is that he gives you free will. So it's up to you to decide what you want to do with that free will. So instead of trying to love your child or give your child to another loving person or family, Leilani decided to snuff out her baby. And now he's gone and two are in foster care where they should be, because where else could they be? They obviously don't have any relatives that the state deems fit for the children to go to them. And even if they were fit, they'd probably be too scared to leave them in their care, as they should, because we don't know these son guns. And as I've told some of you, you stop worrying about what the hell they're doing down there. I don't care about a YouTube channel. I don't care about Amazon wish list. I don't care about any of that stuff, because they're bottom feeders, and I refuse to indulge my time in worrying about what the fuck a street person is doing with an Amazon wish list, soliciting monies for a funeral that they already knew the baby was dead. They got to sleep with that. I don't. And I sure as hell don't want to sleep at 535 Buck Halter. They got to sleep down there. So let's pray that don't nothing walk through and grab their little legs in their sleep. Come on with it, Queen. They ain't ready. Since Quinton likes grabbing legs while he was living, you just better pray don't nothing grab your legs while he dead. Oops, I said that. Or if you're lucky. Now, everybody lean in, because I want you to hear what I'm getting ready to say. If you're lucky, maybe something will grab your damn throat in your sleep. Checkmate. Since you all like playing mind games with the dead, you better be very careful where you slumber. 535 Buck Halter. It'd be a shame something creep up in your bed while you sleep and choke you out. Now, wouldn't that be awful? What happened? I don't know. She didn't wake up. Woo, God. It sure be a shame for something to creep up in that jail cell. We went to give her morning breakfast and we couldn't wake her up, the mother of the child. Darn, what a shame. You all better be very careful down there in Savannah, Georgia, because, you know, you're not too far from Hoodoo Nation. Shut up, Queen. We'd hate for somebody to come through there and sprinkle a little salt down by that driveway at 535 Buck Halter. Now, that's the Christian side of me talking too, because there are folks that say they're Christians, but they do believe in a little hoodoo. Oh, sookie now. Somebody should have been sprayed some salt down there at that driveway. They would have kept away the protesters and then did a little something for the inhabitants. Y'all don't hear me. And Leilani, you might want to get on a stricter diet while you're in that jail. I'd be kind of scared to eat the food. I'm just saying. Tummy might start to hurt. You gonna start calling mommy dearest that your stomach ain't right. They won't give me anything. I can't stop going to the bathroom. I'm throwing up and boo-booing on myself. My. Imagine that. Who do I send my prayers and condolences to? Please, somebody help me out. Because I surely in hell won't send them to Leilani, and I ain't sending them to Billy Joe. So I talk to God about it. Me and him will hold our own conversation about Quinton Simon. I know he's in the everlasting arms of my Father, and I ain't worried about nothing else down here. Did you hear that, Billy Joe? Down here. Thank you so much, Memo. Well, there are people like this walking around every day, kind of like where I'm getting ready to take you across the country to the Pacific Northwest, such as Idaho. See, the devil's busy everywhere. He's busy in Rogersville. He's busy in Georgia. He's busy in Idaho. He's busy everywhere. He is everywhere. And he just uses people. They ain't figured it out yet. You've been working for free because the devil don't pay you nothing. Never has, never will. So you've been working for free. This next commentary is pertaining to the Idaho 4. This will probably be winded because I have a lot of audio to play because they are uploading content on different networks every minute on the minute pertaining to these kids, as rightfully so. Please check out my earlier upload pertaining to the patron at the grub bus. I said grub truck in the video by mistake, but you know what the hell I'm talking about. Why are you out stalking these people? Let me get that off my chest first before I play the audio. I need to address somebody directly. A certain YouTuber. Don't make me call your damn name out on here because I don't like talking about YouTubers in my live stream because it's demeaning to my spirit. And a hater I am not. But it is time for some of you to sit your asses down and leave folks alone before you end up like them kids in Idaho. See, you all don't get it. You're playing with fire. Keep doxing these people, putting their names out on social media as suspects for those kids. You're going to end up like those kids. Just keep it up. Leave them neighbors alone. Nobody knows who killed those kids. And if somebody knows, they ain't talking. How about that? So stop it. You all have no right to be putting these people's names out on your fucking channels and talking about them and where they work and where they live. You keep it up. And somebody gonna be knocking at your door. Gonna do you just like they do the movie stars. Hello, John Lennon. Yes. Boop, 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 boop. Blow your damn brains out. You all are disrespectful. I was listening to different content late last night. Just amazed at how you all would just pick a random person to assume they're the killer. And I want to talk to that young boy. First YouTuber, you know who you are, you little short fucker. Stop putting people on blast. Because let me tell you something. That shit you pulled off all down in Rogersville in Florida with the Petito family, I would have whooped your ass. I wish the fuck one of you would come knock at my damn door and get the hooping and a hollering. That'd be the last YouTube video you ever make. It'd be the last video you ever make. I'd have swiped you right. You all don't know who you're fucking with out here. Leave these people alone. You don't know what you're doing. All this web sleuth, internet, wannabe, cops and robbers bullshit. Detective, stop it. You're going to get somebody killed. You're trying to push these people over the edge by messing with them. These people got to walk around and live just like you got to live. And if the police have not implicated these people as suspects, then why are you doing it? That's why we know you're just doing this shit to make videos. Well, I'll just tune in because he thinks that guy over there did it. He thinks the guy at the taco stand did it. Oh, the guy that was at the bar, he did it. Oh, the guy in their calculus class, he did it. You don't know who the hell did it. So stop it. The young man who's been giving all these interviews to the news, please be quiet. You are going down the rabbit hole, young man. Stop giving these goons stuff to feed. That long-winded ass letter you had on social media, it went too far. Stop talking. Please stop talking. You're going to mess yourself up. Because when you start talking about hunting and this and that, and, oh, I used to see them come and go, and who was in the window, People feed off of that kind of conversation. Please shut up. Just stop talking. You're giving these people stuff to run with. Stop. Stop explaining yourself. Stop going live. And stop talking to the damn news. You said what you had to say to 2 news agents, 3. That's enough. You don't know nothing. You ain't seen nothing. It's over with. Shut up. Because we have heard of killers immersing themselves in the case, asking questions, creeping around, making odd and derogatory comments. Because that is going to happen with the killer. He or she has to bask in the glory. So if you don't want to be pegged as no killer, then shut up. Stop talking. Just stop it. Because we have sick people out here, and all it takes is for the wrong person to think you're the killer, and they might actually want to hurt you. So stop talking. A lot of you think this is funny. It's not. It is dangerous. Stalking and doxing people, putting their names and addresses and their work up on social media as they're the killer, and you don't have any information that that is true. It is wrong. You all play some dirty games out here. And I don't want no parts of it. All right. Oh, Lord. This just goes on and on. Let's play some commentary to get to the gist of this. There's a vigil this week for the children. There's also commentary. Reporters are asking officials, ex-FBI agents, do you think the killer will be at the vigil? Yes. Why not? Why not show up? Let me see what all the hoopla is about. They're here because of me. Yeah, I killed those kids. Hell yeah, they'll be there. Probably been walking around up and down the street and driving by the house, trying to see what's been going on. The killer usually returns to the scene. The killer usually takes a memento. And the killer will most definitely be nearby at the vigil memorial. You can bet your bottom dollar. I pray that the police will be watching and panning all people and persons. And anybody that hears any type of suspicious conversation, report their ass. Because this is not a laughing matter. This is serious. And these people are scared over there in Moscow and other places in the United States because of these kids being bludgeoned to death. This is not a joke. And this is not the time for funny games and jokes and snide remarks. Please leave these people alone. Family members, neighbors, this is not a game. 4 people are dead. Thank you, sweetie. Because that could be you stabbed up like that. Don't ever think it can't happen to you. No one is exempt from being a victim. Don't ever think somebody won't climb in a window, jimmy a door, carjack you, jump you while you're running or walking. It happens every day with no provocation. All right, I don't even know where to start. I've got so much to play for you. Okay, let's start with the sister. It's going to work my way on down. News Nation is the source. One of the sisters has spoken. She's going to give a timeline pertaining to that night. Thank you, child of God, honey. Thank you, sweetie.
Police still have 0 suspects, but school is back in session. Kids are back on campus. Is that okay? Back with me tonight is Olivia Gonsalves, the sister of one of the victims, Kaylee Gonsalves. How you doing? How was Thanksgiving for the family? How you all holding up?
Yeah, I think that we're all doing the absolute best that we can. It's hard as we creep into, week 3 now. But Kaylee would be really proud. We cooked Thanksgiving dinner. She was really excited for Thanksgiving this year, so we did it for her and for Maddie.
Well, look, I'm glad you guys are leaning on each other. As we spoke the first time, you're going to have to do that because that's how you keep your sister alive in your own hearts and, of course, the cause of justice here. How are you feeling about what the police are telling you about progress, especially in light of the fact that they have kids back on campus?
Yeah, I would say one piece of, progress that I was really happy to see is that they did officially update the timeline to reflect Kaylee and Maddie getting home at 1:56 a.m. I've been pushing that from the very beginning, and it was, a step in the right direction to see that was taken seriously and that was verified on their end as well.
Why?
So, because I think for us, it's important that the families are being listened to. We have these kids' names, but I think it's important that law enforcement understands who they were as well. Because a name can only get you so much. It doesn't explain what they would have done, how they might have responded, conversations that they had with their loved ones. I think that that's just as valuable in this case as any other piece of evidence.
One of the points of speculation is that Kaylee had an ex-boyfriend. Phone logs show she made 7 calls to the ex that night. The police say it's a non-issue. What's your take?
Yeah, I completely agree. I could not be any happier to see that they have cleared him. From the beginning, I knew that it wasn't him, and I'm happy that they're focusing their attention somewhere else now.
The nagging question is, in most homicides, when death is caused by somebody else, it's almost always somebody the person knew or had some kind of connection to. How does that haunt you, and what does that mean here?
Right. It's really difficult, especially because law enforcement is kind of throwing around this term targeted. But we don't know what that means. And it almost makes it feel alienating because we don't have any more information on that. I don't know who that target was. I don't know if it was all of them, if it was one of them. And
let me stop right there. You hear the sister saying she doesn't know if it's one of them or all of them that were targets. Well, what I find interesting is I do believe, ma'am, your father is the one who believes that one of them was targeted. I can't remember if he was referencing your sister or not, because too many people are starting to chitter chatter and my head starts spinning when everybody starts talking. But, well, Renee, if they cleared them for now, that's what they've done. We know the police don't tell us everything they've got going on. And as police officers have told us, detectives, they can always go back and bring the person back into the investigation per information that's revealed. But did it ever occur to any of you he's on surveillance camera somewhere going into a house or dorm and not seen coming back out until a certain time? Did that not occur to any of you why he's been cleared perhaps? Is that he's been seen on a doorbell camera or a camera going into a building? So you don't even know where he stays. Does he stay in a dorm, a house, apartment, a condo? If they have cameras, you'll see him going in, you'll see him coming out. So for now, he's been cleared. Give it a rest. Because all these accusations toward everybody is wrong. Let them give you something first before you start pointing the finger at everybody.
And I don't know. I don't know.
The 2 other roommates have been cleared. Are you okay with that?
I think that I hope that they are doing well. And I can only trust law enforcement has done their due diligence in all of the people that they've cleared thus far.
Hey, thank you for watching.
Exactly. That's the sister speaking. Well said. I hope that they have done their due diligence. And that's what we're all hoping. That all the people that have been cleared, which is a nice amount of people, the share ride driver, the guy standing at the grub bus, the neighbor, that's 3, the 2 roommates, 5, the ex-boyfriend, 6. Because you don't know if these people are seen on camera going into their house and not coming out till another time, which is late in the morning, such as 11, 12, 1, 2 o'clock. Because the one thing some of you don't seem to understand is that a doorbell camera has seen the girls go in the house. So did it not occur to you that the same camera would catch the killer going in if he used the front entrance? Damn. I don't have time for your bullshit. Who is the killer? Who is the perpetrator? One or more people. What's the motive? Are we dealing with a guy and a girl tag team? One person, one male, 2 males, 2 females? You hear that he asked her about the roommates. And as she says, I hope they've done due diligence, the detectives. I pray the same. But know that this is an open investigation. They can change their mind at any time about a suspect, according to the evidence. So right now, all these people have been cleared, but it is not to say that they can't go back in and be brought back in for questioning or put on a suspect list, if you know anything about true crime. Jesus. You all get people killed out here. You all would get people killed with your accusations. You don't even know what you're talking about. Let the police tell us something first. Thank you, Cherie. Hold on, you guys. Thank you, sweetheart, for the donation. Lord have mercy. I pray I never, ever be implicated in anything, because you motherfuckers will have somebody have me killed. Thank you, sweetie. God bless you. I'm keeping it real. You all would have a person killed or drive somebody to kill herself. Victim's dad sheds new light on what happened that night. I believe this is the father that's going to speak. ABC 7 is source. Let's see what he has to say. One of these dads is going to talk. Thank you, sweetheart. You've been hanging in there with the queen. I sure appreciate it, baby. Thank you, hippie. I don't want to hear anything about who did what to these kids, because nobody knows who killed these kids but the perpetrator. And it might shock all of us when we find out who did it.
As the search for the killer in that brutal quadruple homicide enters its 3rd week.
It is disconcerting that there is somebody out there who's done such a horrible thing and they haven't been caught.
The school posting this notice on social media Monday, writing increased security will be on site for the remainder of the semester. Stephen Zalfa is the father of one of the victims, 21-year-old Kaylee, now shedding new light on what happened that night in his first sit-down interview.
It was fast, and nobody suffered and nobody felt like that kind of pain.
2 other roommates survived on the ground floor, waking up several hours later, calling friends over when their roommates were unresponsive.
Do you know the reason why the initial concern was that a roommate was passed out?
I know the girls reached out via texting and calling, so I can only assume that by the phones being ignored, knowing how my daughter is not going to ignore calls and texting.
Officials maintain the murders happened between 3 and 4 a.m. and that the first 911 call was made around noon. Just hours later, Steve was informed of his daughter's death not by police, but by family members on campus.
Let's call Maddie. And then you realize Maddie's gone too.
Madison Mogan was Kaylee's lifelong best friend. The pair seen together in their final hours of life, laughing and ordering late-night food before getting a ride home together in what Steve described as a sorority-designated driver service.
You can't imagine sending your girl to college and then they come back in a, I don't know, an urn.
And now, the families of the victims growing frustrated by the lack of answers.
I haven't earned the ability to grieve the way that I want to grieve. I want to be able to have justice first.
Now, Steve does say that he plans to speak at the candlelight vigil on Wednesday. He says he doesn't want the city of Moscow to fall apart over this. And in a show of solidarity, that vigil will be held in various locations across the entire state. Kana Whitworth,
Amen.
ABC News, Coeur d'Alene, Idaho.
All right, everybody. ABC7 is the source. That's the father speaking there. You heard the sister earlier. I don't know if there's some conflict between who thinks what, but it has come to my understanding that this father, I do believe, thinks that one was targeted, not knowing if he is implying his child or another child. But you also heard his other daughter speaking here that she doesn't know if it was one person or the group was targeted. But a lot of questions will go through your mind because, one, you don't know the children. You don't know who they talked to, if they angered somebody, if this is an act of revenge of something done or said. Somebody was liking one of the people in the room, in the home. You just don't know because you don't know them. And as the daughter said, the other sister, we wanted it to be more than just their names mentioned. As victims, you need to know who they were as people, how they would react. And that's a very good point because we don't know them. We don't know how they would react. What would make them happy, sad, set them off? What was their disposition like? What angered them? What was their temperament? Because all that's going to matter pertaining to finding the suspect. And as I said in my live last night, it's not to be disrespectful of the dead, but you do have to use reasoning. Did these children do something to someone? Say something to somebody out of the way. Somebody misunderstood what they meant or said. That's why I always tell you don't text all the time because people can misconstrue a text. And then you go back in and say, oh, that's not what I meant. I didn't mean it like that. Well, how would somebody know what you meant when you chop up words? You don't know. That's why I always tell people to call people. Then everybody's got this thing, well, I don't like talking on the phone. It's just ridiculous. You need to talk to people sometimes so you can get an understanding of what they're saying so you don't misunderstand the text message. Did these children say something out of the way to somebody? Let's get that over with. Did somebody curse somebody out, bump somebody, step on somebody's toe? What are we talking about here? Naturally, people will speculate who they think is the culprit, but I don't see how you can speculate at this point. There's too many people involved. These kids went to a university of 11,000 people. That's not counting the people that live in the town, the people that work at their jobs, the neighbors, who they dated, didn't date, who they had a fling with. So you don't know. Could be anybody. The motive could be, I don't even want to think about what the motive could be. What is the motive? All right. You've heard from the dad, the sister. Classes have resumed back at this university. Let's hear about the schoolhouse. Idaho murders. Classes resume, but students remain on edge. Should the students return to this university? How do some of the parents feel about sending their children back to this university? Have some of the children left for good and not returned and won't be returning? That would be very sad. But you do what you have to do for you.
Thanksgiving break is instead shaken. It's been more than 2 weeks since 4 University of Idaho students were stabbed to death just blocks from campus. They were killed inside a rental house, while police say 2 others who lived there apparently slept through the attack. Still, no suspect and no arrests. Steve Goncalves is desperate for information about his daughter Kaylee's murder.
They're kind of just telling me that they can't tell me much, which is frustrating.
Investigators say they've already processed more than 1,000 tips, but caution the case is complex and they're crowdsourcing more information from the community of Moscow, Idaho. So far, the FBI, which is assisting the investigation, says it's received more than 480 digital media submissions, and Idaho's governor has set aside up to $1 million in state emergency
Wow, 1 million.
funds.
Interesting.
There have also been questions about whether the murders could be linked to previous crimes in the region, but police say there does not appear to be any evidence of a connection to double stabbings in 2021 in Salem, Oregon, and 1999 in Pullman, Washington. Still, the University of Idaho is now allowing students who fear for their safety to finish the semester remotely. Some, like Megan Lawley, have decided to return to school for finals. She and her friends have made plans to take extra precautions to stay safe. Anxious, a killer is still on the loose.
It's not finished and it's still a threat, in my opinion. So that's what's caused me to be most apprehensive. I have always been a very independent person, and this has really shaken that for me.
So Gabe, you talked about remote learning for some kids. That's what the university is doing to help kids feel safe. But what else are they doing?
Well, they've increased the security presence there. Local police have also stepped up. And the students we talked to said that they really couldn't go very far without seeing a security guard on campus. And also with so many unanswered questions in this case, organizers are planning a candlelight vigil for later this weekend.
Okay, Gabe, cheers. Gabe, thanks.
All right, everybody. Today is the source. So, how many children have decided not to return to the university? What about those 2 remaining roommates? Are they continuing to attend this school? Where are they staying? See, the Queen asks all the relevant questions because there's so many to ask. You literally have to write it all down. I don't know. I have no idea. That's why they can't say this isn't any relations to those double stabbings in Oregon and Washington. As most of you know, Theodore Bundy worked multiple states. He worked Washington, Utah, I believe Oregon. So you can't say that a person, this ain't related to this one, because Ted Bundy showed us that you can touch down anywhere you want if you have the mindset and the money and the means to drive around. And some places, they do go from place to place depending on how heated the case gets. For instance, if somebody's knocked on their door to speak to them about the investigation, that would lead a person to decide to get up and go move cross country or a couple of states over. Why not? And we have found many cases of crime, the perpetrator moved. Things got heated, they moved. And they committed crimes in the next state. And they started comparing DNA. Somebody starts listening to a case out west. They start putting their thought process into motion. Then they call the detectives out there. They pitch what they have in their state and say, this sounds eerily similar. And then they start meshing. And voila, we now have a suspect profile. Where are the 2 roommates staying right now? I'm curious. Are they still living in that house? Would it shock you if you found out they were still there? Dear God, how could anybody stay there? Where are the girls living? I do find it strange that the cars are still there from my understanding, and that's been mentioned in commentary from Nancy Grace. Why didn't you all tow those cars? That is interesting. 2 weeks into investigation, you still have the cars on the property. Why? The cars could have been cleared by now with appropriate forensics exacted. So what's the problem with the cars? You all don't have enough men and women to process the cars? What's going on? Because that's how it's looking. Why are the cars still at the fucking house? Because we don't know which way the perpetrator entered the house. Through the front door, windows. A ladder was on the side of the building. Did you all miss that? There was a ladder. There's a picture of a ladder on the side. Who's to say they didn't take the ladder and put it up to the column and push their way on up? And the side of the house that's closest to that hill, it's easier to jump the balcony from that side because that hill gives you more leverage to jump up there on the balcony. So you have to think like how a killer thinks. You won't think like a killer because you're not a killer. But they always say that's the only way you can catch a killer. Oh, they were removed today? Okay. But they still were there for 2 weeks, which is to me a long time to keep cars around. Because naturally the parents will want their children's cars next of kin. So I did find it strange, 2 weeks. That's a long time to keep the cars on the scene. And then 2, it snowed. It snowed. If you watch Mr. Enton, there's snow in the background of his commentary. And I'm going to bring him on here shortly. Very interesting. Okay, Gigi says they were still there at 5:30. Okay, that's fine. Because, they're 3 hours. They're probably about 2 or 3 hours behind me in time. Will the children return to school? Will the population decrease after these homicides? Where are the roommates currently staying? The 2 remaining roommates. Are they still living at the house? Or are they still living in Moscow? Will they also leave school? What are their plans for the future? And I'm still not convinced of these 2 roommates because I don't like the behavior, if it is the truth, of how they reacted that morning. Something is still off about their behavior. I don't understand calling outside people when you had people there. They were dead, but it seems like to me those would be the people you would reach out to first if you found a dead body or somebody passed out. Very strange behavior. This whole case is just whack. It's too wacky for me. What else do we have? Oh, our favorite friend, Miss Jennifer Coffin Daffer, ex-FBI agent, has spoken to News Nation. Former FBI agent, it's possible the Idaho killer will be at the vigil. Lord have mercy. Imagine the killer standing around, watching people cry and hug each other, laughing to himself, herself, knowing they've mutilated and killed these kids for whatever reason, and basking in the glory standing beside you. So I can see why the kids would not want to return to school. I can see why the community's on edge. There is still a threat because you don't have a suspect arrested. 1 second, you guys.
They have not held a press conference in 5 days now. At what point do they have to tell the public more?
They don't have to tell the public more, and I don't think they're going to tell the public more at this point. They are knee-deep in investigating this case. Imagine the public wants the puzzle put together before they have the pieces. They need to get all the information back from subpoenas, from court orders, from review of this forensic evidence, from their interviews, and they just don't have it all put together yet.
And one thing that we certainly noticed from our correspondent Brian Enton's coverage is that heavy snow that is falling over the weekend and today. Could that compromise anything about the crime scene, or have they moved on from that for now?
I think they've moved on for now. That would have been processed early on in the process, the entirety of the curtilage and perimeter of that home. So I think they've moved on from where the snow is affecting anything, unless, of course, they're led to another area that it could compromise if it was unknown before.
And we know there's so much public interest in this case, and there are a million theories online. Does that kind of scrutiny help or hurt investigators ultimately?
Well, I don't know that investigators are really paying close attention to what people are saying online. What they are looking at, though, is the social media that has evolved around what those students and what the victims and the roommates did leading up to this event. That's what they're closely scrutinizing.
And there is a vigil happening in 2 days. Do you think the killer could be there?
Yes. Yes, I do. I could see a killer that committed this heinous crime wanting to be abreast of what rumors might be out there,
Yes.
What police might be doing. So I think it's definitely a possibility.
All right, Jennifer Coffendorfer, appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Natasha.
And News Nation's coverage of the Idaho.
Thank you for watching. Go to
All right, that's Miss Jennifer Coffendorfer. Please follow her on Twitter if you want to keep up with what she's talking about. She posts daily pertaining to true crime. I do follow her on Twitter. I'm going to drop the link because I have so much to play. So I'm going to try to interchange conversation and the link as not to have this live go so long. But here you have her saying she thinks he may show up. He, she, they, because we don't really know who did this. Kitchen paper cut, Tina called it. I don't know what you're talking about, sweetheart. I don't know who you're speaking of, and I don't know about a letter. I don't know what you're saying. Wait, what? What are you talking about? They have other people covering the story that are decent. Come on now. We're not talking about YouTubers. I don't think a YouTuber would really want to go out west with their shenanigans. I don't think those people out there would handle, they would put up with what these YouTubers have done around this general area here. They've come to the dirty South with their shenanigans. I think the people rock a little bit different on the West Coast. I don't think that should be tolerated out there. I don't know what letter you all are talking about. I don't know what you're talking about, April. I don't even know who you're talking about. I don't know about a letter. I don't know what you're saying, honey. I have no idea what you all are speaking of. Let's go to Mr. Quinton, because I like him. Let me find him. My movie for the week is The Elevator, now playing on Tubi. A woman kidnaps a man in an elevator because she believes he has done something to her. And you have to sit and wait through this movie to figure out what it is. It will be revealed. But that's my movie of the week, The Elevator, now playing on Tubi. There's also another version called Elevator. I've watched that one too. Then there's an older version of Elevator. And then there's another one with Eric Robertson. I don't know why anybody makes all these movies with the same name, but oh God, please don't tell me that. YouTubers are in Idaho now. Well, they need to stay out of there. All I can tell you is I got a feeling they rock a little different over there in those parts. Idaho, Utah, Colorado. And those places you can get missing real nice. Kind of like anywhere, really. But it's winter time. You mess around with them folks out there in the Pacific Northwest, they won't find your ass till spring and summer if you get my drift. Stay woke. Go messing with them folks out there if you want to, and they won't find your ass till spring or summer. Ask me how I know. Stop harassing people. You YouTubers need to get a full-time job. Relentless. Idaho student staying inside after dark amid murder mystery. This was uploaded 20 hours ago. Mr. Quinton is on the scene. Amen. Snow has fallen now. Are they done investigating the outside of the house and perimeters? Let's see what he has to say. I don't care for her. She's nobody.
On the upper floors, it was Kaylee's room on the right as you're looking at the house, and it was Maddie's room on the left. So you see those windows on the third floor. But that window on the right-hand side is the first time I've really seen it lit up at night. and seeing that, whatever that pattern is of what's sitting in the window. But if you see people moving inside, Brian, definitely let us know. As I said, I believe that to be Xana Kernodle's room, where she and Ethan would have been sleeping that night on the second floor. And of course, over on the left is the living room. Brian, stand by for 1 second. Don't go anywhere. I actually want to add somebody to our conversation, Lauren Patterson. She is a reporter for Northwest Public Broadcasting and Spokane Public Radio. She's also a resident of Moscow. Thank you, Lauren, for coming back to the program. One thing I didn't know when we first met you last week and we're talking about this case, Lauren, was that your husband is an instructor at the University of Idaho, and Kaylee Gonsalves was one of his kids, one of his students. Can you tell me anything about his interactions with her?
Yes, from what he's told me, my husband said Kaylee was a very achievement-oriented student. She was always working to get the best grades. He also said she had a lot of friends in the class, which I think speaks to her wide social circle.
That makes sense. When I look at her Instagram, it's loaded with fun and friends. Not to say everybody's isn't, but hers in particular just seems to be so filled with joy and so many, friends and associates, close friends, that you would snuggle with in pictures. So the other question I wanted to ask of you, because you're there and you live there and you would know the difference between, D-Day before this began and then after, is that the local businesses, they really rely on a lot of kids as their employees. And many of these kids have not come back. So what is the net effect of that, Lauren?
You're right, Ashley. The Vandal students, they're a big part of the Moscow workforce. I was just speaking with the campus rec center manager today, the on-campus gym, and he said he's lost about a third of his workforce to students going home early. So the gym availability, along with some other buildings on campus, and maybe even local businesses might be a little tenuous depending on how many students have left the area.
That's hard. I mean, that's going to be a big effect for the people who live there, losing that many kids. Who knows if they'll even come back after the Christmas break too, however long this goes on. Brian, as you were flying to Idaho, I understand that you sat beside a very nervous mother who had something to say about the sorority houses on campus and what's happening there. Can you walk me through the conversation you had with her?
Yeah, she was nervous. Her daughter, who was also on the flight, is in one of the sororities, knows some of these girls. And she was allowing her daughter to come back to campus because her daughter wanted to be at the vigil so badly. But so many parents are not making that choice. One thing that made her feel better is that her sorority hired private security, multiple private security, some former military, to be at the sorority house 24 hours a day. That made her feel better. Walking around campus today, I'll tell you, most of the people were walking in groups, at least in pairs. There are people who live off campus that added additional locks to their doors. I mentioned ring cameras. They've added ring cameras. And almost everyone we talked to said that they were not going to go outside after dark.
That sounds about right. And how sad is that for kids away at college? Because that's what they do. They should have the time of their lives while they're doing this. Lauren, the security at the sorority houses is one thing, but there's also the security at businesses where a lot of these kids and the locals, are frequenting regularly. What's the security protocol? How has that changed? Are they closing earlier now, just out of worry and fear? Are they employing private security at the businesses too?
Well, Ashley, I can tell you that at least one restaurant owner I talked to, he's making sure that his employees walk to their cars in pairs at the end of their shift. No one walks alone. They maybe get the help of a manager. And it is getting dark pretty early here. It gets dark around 4 p.m. this time of year. So there's a lot of darkness really early on in the day.
Lauren, thank you for doing this. Lauren Patterson joining us again. And Brian Enton is going to join us at the end of the program as well, not even the end, in just about 35 to 40 minutes or so to answer all of your viewer questions as well. So Brian, go warm up and then we'll join you again and we'll get a few more questions answered from you. Thank you for watching.
News Nation is the source. You have a alum speaking, husband taught one of the young ladies. Driven young lady, well known by classmates, outgoing. Was she the target, Miss Kaylee? Who was the target in this group? Were the others just collateral damage? Let me talk about the dog for a minute, and I don't want to talk about it anymore. You don't know what kind of dog it is, the dog's temperament. If it's not a dog that's known to be vicious, it wouldn't have attacked anybody. Some people will tell you they have lazy dogs, dogs that don't do anything but just lie around. So if the dog isn't vicious, it wouldn't attack somebody. And who's to say that the dog wasn't asleep? It was in the wee hour. The dog possibly is on the schedule of the owner. The owner's asleep. People in the house are asleep, quiet, then I'm quiet. Former FBI agent on Idaho murders. Why it's probably not the killer's first time. Fox News is the source. Is this the first time for this person or persons? Or have they committed atrocious crimes, murder, felonious behavior, thievery, robbery? Was this a robbery? Already in the house. Some of you suspect that the person was already in the house. So let's say the person was in the house and they thought everybody was gone. And then they felt trapped. Didn't get all the goods. Who knows? I don't know. So I don't know. I have no idea who's the suspect, and I'm not here to claim any suspect. I'm not even here to claim a motive because it's too many moving parts, as I've said before in my commentary. Let's get started here.
Agent and Navy SEAL Jonathan Gilliam. Jonathan, good morning to you. The headline today really is that there isn't one. 2 weeks in and there is no information on who committed this crime. Are there any details that you're honing in on as you follow this case?
Well, I do think there's important things that the public should be informed of so they can kind of get an idea of what they should be looking for. And first of all, let me just say this. I've been very critical of this police department, the way they first handled these things. But I have to tell you, I don't blame them at all for not telling the families anything else, because ever since this occurred, the family members have been on podcasts, they've been on newscasts, and law enforcement is automatically going to pull back on the information that they provide if that occurs. So I don't blame them for that. But what I do think that they should be doing, and they're probably not going to because they don't want to, they think that they're going to inflame the situation of people being nervous if they do this. But people have to understand about what occurred on that night and the type of person that would do this. Now, I've heard some analysts saying things that are just soundbite related. One analyst on another network said that it was probably a female or a same-sex argument or something that inflamed it, as though he was wanting to make it an exclusive or all-inclusive type of thing. I don't think that's the case. I'm pretty sure that this was a young male, somebody who could get into the house and get out in that neighborhood without being seen. I don't think it was two people, because the more people you have going into that house, the more likely that it is that they were going to be seen. So I think it's one male, young enough to have been in that neighborhood. I think the potential is that they entered from the second floor because the first floor was never disturbed. And there's also a wooded area behind that house. But here's an important thing that I think people should realize. This is probably not the first time that this person did this. As I explained before, this is an adrenaline-filled incident. When somebody goes in and they kill, especially with a knife, there's a tremendous amount of adrenaline that goes into this. And to do that 4 times in one event shows that this person has most likely not done this before. So people need to realize this individual is probably odd. He's probably shown some type of behavior that people think is strange or menacing when they're close to them. And I would advise people, if they know someone like this, or if they saw something between the hours of 3 o'clock and 7 o'clock when the sun came up on the 13th of November, that they should call law enforcement and just say, this is what I saw and this is where I saw it.
Would you go so far as to say that this individual is a serial killer?
Well, I think when you look at what they did, typically killers don't rise to this level on their first shot. So somebody's not going to come in and kill 4 people unless it is a family-oriented type of thing, which this was not. You do see with mass killers, and people also need to realize the difference between somebody who is a overt killer, such as the Walmart killer or the person in Colorado that shot up a nightclub. Those people expect to be seen, and it is a fit of rage or narcissism or psychopathic dominance. But with this individual, they may share that narcissistic or psychopathic dominance, but they don't want to get caught. And so I think what we see here is something that was an escalation where this person has probably done something violent before, potentially killing before, because remember, rapists don't start off killing, and killers don't necessarily rape. So you need to realize that this was probably an escalation, and people might have identified somebody before, again, within, I would say, at least a 3-hour travel distance to Moscow, Idaho, that this person probably lives.
3 hours.
Jonathan, a lot of the people who have spoken out about this case in terms of law enforcement are making statements that are leading people to believe that they do know more than what they're releasing to the public. Do you think that's true, or do you think that as of now they're still completely in the dark?
I think law enforcement knows what they know, and they could be telling us less because things have quickly gotten out to the media, or it could just be the fact that this was such a saturated crime scene, and there were so many people there before that night and that morning when people actually called other people that came there before police even got there. I find that to be the oddest, strangest thing I've just ever heard.
Yes.
So I think this situation, this crime scene, is going to take time to filter out, because you got to remember, there's DNA everywhere, there's things, blood that was everywhere, so things are going to be tainted, and it takes a long time. I'd rather see the police take their time and diligently work their way through this than to succumb to peer pressure and tell people they just can't get to it, there's nothing to be worried about, or make something up. I'd rather see this diligent investigative process.
Absolutely.
If you had a child at the University of Idaho, would that child be back at class today following Thanksgiving break?
I'd be very careful with that until they find out any more information, release any information. I'll tell you one thing people can do. I think people should go and it's a $35 purchase at Amazon. It's a driveway detector. It comes with one little thing that looks out with, I think it's IR, and then it has a monitor that goes off. People use them on their driveways all the time. You could put that at your front door, at the door of your bedroom, and you can have that thing in your room, and be prepared. Have a bright flashlight, have something that's a blunt object. If you have a concealed weapons carry permit, get ready for that. And most important for people on fraternity and sorority row, don't go out and get wasted. Don't get wasted to the point where you pass out and you don't know what's going on when you get home until I wouldn't advise that at all, but especially until they catch who did this.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the things that we're learning about this area, great advice, by the way, there, is that it's not New York City, where you have crimes or cameras on every corner. It's a rural college town. And obviously this area is one where there are a lot of college homes, so there may not have been the Ring doorbell cameras in the area. So when police are desperate for as much information as possible, and there are some investigators who are saying that even if you have something that may not seem like a big deal, hand it in, because what might not be in that footage is just as important as what could be in the footage. So great advice, great analysis, Jonathan. Thank you so much for joining us.
You got it. Thank you. And I want to say one other thing. Yes. I was a part of the Times Square investigation where a bomber drove up on a bicycle and put a pipe bomb on the recruiting depot in Times Square in 2008. They've never been caught, and they drove all over New York City on a bicycle. So that tells you the reality of cameras. A yappy dog is better than a camera.
Yeah, it's going to be long investigation. Hopefully with the right information and forensics, it can be cut down. But like we said, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
You got it.
All right. This man, former Navy SEAL, former FBI, I guess he believes that it's not the killer's first time, possibly lives 3 hours out. TF, where are you calling me from?
I'm calling from the Pacific Northwest.
Welcome.
Yeah,
What do
thank
you
you
have
so
to
much.
say?
I'm a big fan of yours. I really appreciate all your work.
What do you think about what this former FBI agent has to say? That possibly this person has committed crimes before, may be living a few hours out of the way outside of Idaho. Out of the town of Moscow. Go ahead.
Well, there was an arrest on November 20th of somebody. They actually got caught for speeding, but I think he had like a warrant out, and he was possibly gang related.
Oh,
and that was in Coeur d'Alene, which is a little bit north of Moscow.
Okay.
So it's a very big possibility because
give me the hour and the duration of that place, if you can.
You mean from Moscow?
Yeah, where the person got arrested. Yes.
I really don't know. It's probably maybe like 15, 20 miles, maybe.
Oh, 15,
or
20
so.
miles. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't live in Idaho, but I do live Pacific Northwest, so a lot of towns are close to each other that way.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do you follow the Quinton Simon case?
I did. Yeah, I did.
Well, the obituary has been released. That's the first part of this video. Do you have anything you'd like to say about the obituary? I don't know if you've read it or not. I read it at the beginning of this.
No, I did not actually.
How do you feel about the mother being incarcerated now?
I think that's a good. It's so sad that whole situation. And you were right. It was solely her. Like I appreciated your commentary saying, "Oh, people were saying it's this and that, or it's this person."
Well, I'm going to tell you this now.
Mm-hmm.
I put blame with the mother, her bio mother, Billy Joe, and her husband. And I also believe Danny could have a part in it too, because I don't know, even though he's not arrested and they're just saying she's the sole primary suspect. But do we know what he knows? You understand what I'm saying?
Right. Well, I know you don't really like going down like rabbit holes or really looking into people, but I believe that she probably did have some help as far as like covering up this far. Like there probably wasn't a cover up altogether, but I think she definitely had some help as far as like not getting caught earlier.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Your opinion pertaining to what I've played thus far, pertaining to the 4 kids killed. I also did extensive dive last night to Nancy Grace's podcast, different theories they threw out. 1 perpetrator, 2 perpetrator, female, not a female, lied in wait, drifter, transient, neighbor, ex-boyfriend, friend, entanglement. Go ahead.
Well, I think that it was definitely somebody that was watching, or that was either.
Give me an age.
I would say older than college age. I would say maybe 30s. That's
wow, really?
My feeling.
Why?
Because it would be somebody that's either local or that's been in that town that kind of, because when you're in a college town, you kind of see kids come and go and that type of thing. And so if it was somebody that was close by, they would be able to see different people come and go, and I could see like how that could be a serial killer, because it could be somebody that is fixated on that age group.
Okay. So you don't think it's a person their age?
No.
You don't think it's a college student?
If it is, it would be a little bit older, maybe late 20s.
What about a staff member from the university?
I haven't thought about that, but that's a good possibility. It would depend on, I don't know if all the people that, that were unalive, I don't know if they were all in the same classes, or if
you mean the
they
kids,
had the same schedule.
You mean the people that died?
Yeah, well, yeah. Okay. Well, I was just trying to put it politely, yeah.
Okay.
So they may have had the same schedules. So
Yes.
they may have gone like the same time, and so that would be an easy way for someone to watch them, to know their schedule, to watch when they came home, even when they had their parties, because usually with college kids, they would have parties most likely on the weekends.
Yes.
Not during the week.
Yes.
So that would be like an opportunity, for them to be all home at the same time.
Older, 30s. Townie, a townie, or as this FBI agent says, somebody that's 3 hours out or more.
Okay. If you want to go, well, it could be somebody that possibly was a student at one time.
Okay.
You know, sort of like.
But do you think they live in the town or out of town?
In the town, I don't think so.
Okay, that's interesting because he doesn't think so. I want you all to tell me why you don't think this person lived there. Because think about what you're saying. If I don't live there, how am I getting up here to watch these people, to know them, to go to this house? Why this house and I don't live here? You understand what I'm saying?
Right. Well, okay. I mean, it is. I think the apartments, or I don't know.
Yeah, above. Yeah,
housing that's right up the hill. Mm-hmm. So I mean, it's kind of a dead end from what I saw on the street. So but you would be able to go around, like you'd be able to like cruise around the streets, you know.
Okay.
To kind of check it out.
I have a YouTuber in the chat that says straight serial killer who wanted to make a big impact, lived in the boonies, wanted to steal the innocence of the co-ed. It comes with a co-ed. What do you think about those comments?
So co-ed would just be like girls and guys living together, right?
Or just jealous of youth.
Jealous. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that could be a possibility. You know, when when older people are like in a college town, sometimes there's a resentment. So maybe that's a possibility.
What are you asking her as a caller or any of us sat in a room with a killer or a suspect? Yes, I have. I told you that the other day. I have.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, someone asked you.
Somebody's asking if you or I have been in the presence of a killer.
Okay. So
have you, sir?
You would know the mind of somebody that was premeditated.
Listen, have you ever been in a room with a killer, sir?
Have I? No.
Okay. Have you known anyone to ever murder someone?
No.
Okay. Then I could just get really crazy. Have you murdered someone, sir?
No.
Okay. No. I better check.
Do I sound? I hope my voice doesn't sound.
No, but that's the whole point. What does a killer sound like? There's no way to tell.
Right.
Let's go here. Lived out of town in his 30s. Mm-hmm. What was his motive and how did he come in contact and how would he? You said the apartment complex. So visiting some people in the apartment complex.
Well, I mean, and also I believe there were like the girls. I think the guy too. They were all like on social media. I mean,
okay.
You know,
you're right because people are stalked that way. Yes.
Yeah, because I think I've never really looked at all their social media, just kind of what the clips were on news and stuff like that. But you couldn't really tell from the outside of the house. But maybe there is more.
Very weird shaped house too. What's the motive?
The motive, well, I mean, it could just be just sheer like resentment.
Mm-hmm. Resentment of what?
Of I don't know. I mean, maybe just resentment of like there's college, kids or yeah, who knows with the mind of a killer,
Mm-hmm. Let's go here. Male, female, or both?
You mean both as in two people?
Tag team, yes.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure, but I don't know if you kind of looked at the O.J. Simpson situation.
Mm-hmm.
Like they said, supposedly that was one person as well.
Mm-hmm.
But doesn't it kind of parallel that? And then with Mark Furman involved, it kind of gives that O.J. Simpson vibes.
Well, with O.J. situation, it could be I've lied in wait. One came up or one came out first. I stabbed that person. Then the other person came up and I stabbed that person. Because what you have to ask yourself is the dynamics of two people standing there with the killer. Who's going to be the winner without somebody trying to jump in and stop the killing of the other. Could have went that way. Two met up. This person walked up, altercation, fought one first. The other one was trying to stop it. And then the other one ended up being bludgeoned to death. I don't know.
Yeah, who knows? But I mean, to take on even though they're younger kids,
Someone in the chat is saying this killer knew that Ellie couldn't get him and he wanted to reveal it in the notoriety. This killer was done this before and figured L.E. out. Good Lord, A. Balance, you're killing me.
That's a good,
because I don't think a lot of people are dwelling on that this killer has done this before, because it takes bravado to kill the people, that many people, whether it's in the darkness or not, because you don't know who's coming in or out of this house. So you're basically saying no matter what your motive is, no matter who is the intended target, all bets are off for anything breathing except for the two roommates. Let's talk about the two girls on the bottom. Where are they alive?
Wow. Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, in the layout of the plan, they were on the bottom floor. Was it an actual basement suite?
All I know is just the first floor, like when you first come in with the cars park, I'm assuming.
Oh, okay. I heard someone was like
I don't
a basement.
know. It could be basement. Level. I don't know. But I'm busy walking through the house, going floor to floor. Why not walk the entire house?
Right.
How do I know who's listening?
Yeah. So that's another thing. It's like it would have to be somebody that knows the layout of the house to be able to do that at that level. So.
Because I find it strange that two women are alive and the other ones are dead. What are the odds the two, whether they weren't supposed to be there, didn't, came in this time? You still can't make it make sense because the killer was in the house. And if you're going to say I was allegedly asleep when he was in here, why not you?
Well, especially when they're on the first level, like you said, it's the level where you first come in. You would be able to hear somebody like coming in.
And that's another thing. They can argue, I didn't hear nothing. I sleep hard. Then we don't know which entry the killer came in. Second floor, third, through a window, put a ladder up to a window. We don't know.
Yeah, well, I heard somewhere that he came through the sliding glass door, but that's a second level. You have to climb up that. Yeah, that's pretty high up though.
But when you go, listen, on the side of the back side where there's like a hill and that drive goes up to those other apartments, it's really close to like dirt. So it wouldn't have taken much for them to jump up and get on top of there. Somebody's zero.
Wow.
It just looks higher from the right side of the house. But if you're on that other side that's got the drive, it's really close from the concrete to the dirt and then that landing, that balcony. They could have gotten up. Then there was a ladder there too. So, Jesus, you could pull the ladder up.
Well, I don't know if that ladder placed there. I mean, I think it was like there after the.
I don't know. See, I haven't heard anything about it. But from first glance, why would I think somebody brought a ladder?
Yeah, really. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, well, also, I just want to say, I know a lot of people are criticizing the family. Yeah, it is. I think they're really doing the best they can with what they're giving with, from LE, some people may say, they may know more, but they may not actually,
and that's the thing we don't know because they're not going to tell us anything. As you heard them saying in this commentary about the father, they all been going on social media and talking to people. They feel somewhat slighted by not getting any more information, but the police is not going to be talking to you if you like talking to the news a lot. They understand you want to get the story out, but depending on what you're saying, it can cause a problem. So they feel like, we're not going to tell these people anything because we don't know what the hell they're going to go say once we get done telling them stuff. That's why we know they've told him something because he believes that one of them was targeted. He had.
I think the dad is doing a great job. I think the dad may know more, and I think he's.
I think he does. He did say he knew more.
Yeah. I think the mom is probably just kind of dealing it with a little bit harder. I know she seems like a great person as well. The other daughter she said that she found the footage of the grub truck or whatever it's called. She may have, come across that either online or knew where it was like stored or whatever. But it's really hard. It's hard to say, I think you mentioned before, you don't know how people grieve, some people grieve different. So
people do, because I don't have to agree with how you grieve. Some people cry, some people don't. We know that a lot of men don't cry. So you really can't judge men because a lot of men just don't cry, period. And most people know this. They don't cry. And they definitely don't cry in public. If they cry, they would probably cry in private.
Well,
but the father seems hurt to me.
Well, I'm just going by like how these, how the family is going on social media and the news. Like the times have changed. Like, before the internet, like you would have to just go on the news. That's
That's
but
all
now
you had, or the radio,
it's
yes,
everywhere.
or the
Yeah, so
newspaper.
you have to be
Yes.
very selective in what you say as
Yeah,
well.
and who you talk to and how you word things, because we are known to be judgmental creatures, and we do take things out of context. We add an in and an and a though and a, you know what I'm saying? So you have to be very careful in how you repeat things, and it's just like the old tale of pass the story around in a circle, and it'll be twisted around by the time you get to the last person.
Yeah. Well, I mean, especially, sometimes even in chat, sometimes you could say something.
They don't listen to anything in the chat. Most of the people here. You could say something verbatim, and they'll tell you that you didn't say that.
Mm-hmm.
You can repeat what the news said, and then they get mad at you because you repeated what the news said. And I'm like, I'm reading to you what the news said. I didn't say that was my opinion.
Yeah. Well, you do have a great community here in chat, though, just so you know, just so somebody doesn't come at me. But
thank you very much.
Yeah. Yeah.
How long have you been listening to the Queen, may I ask?
Oh, for a few months at least.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I just started getting into the true crime community, probably starting with the Kylie Rodney case. I mean, I was kind of watching here and there, but I didn't really participate in chat or go on panels.
That's okay.
And I've just been kind of going on panels recently here and there. It's a little bit different than just hanging out in chat, but
it is, because I advise people to stop chatting in the chat, because what do I always say about texting? You can be misconstrued. So hit the link and people can hear what you have to say. Yeah. And if you still don't come across, I can ask you to elaborate. I don't want you to elaborate in typing.
Right.
Because it takes too long.
Well, I really like how you bring
April,
down.
You're not afraid of me. Y'all stop that nonsense.
No, I was going to say.
I'm talking to April in the chat.
What's that?
April talking about she scares me too. You have no reason to be scared of the Queen. I'm not the one you all should be concerned with.
Oh, no. Did I say that or someone else?
No, I'm responding to somebody in the chat.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I was just saying, I like how you ground people, and it actually has not really like necessarily changed my mind, but has actually given me more of an open mind on some things.
Because this story is only worse because you have too many people dead. Yeah. That's why I can't give my rendering, because it's not one person dead. You see what I'm saying? This is 4. I don't know what these people were doing. I don't know their temperament. I don't know if somebody's got a hot tongue, hot temper. I don't know if somebody's gullible in the group. I don't know if somebody's frisky with their body. You see where I'm going?
Right.
I don't know who somebody's been sleeping with, dating, talking to, offended somebody. See, it's too many people. So there's no way I'm going to sit up here and say, yeah, I think this one did it, that one did it. It's because of this. I don't know the people well enough to say it's just too many moving parts to pinpoint a killer or pinpoint a motive.
Right. Well, I mean, it would, yeah. I mean, like I said, the social media thing could be a two-edged sword. Like you look into it and maybe
because people get mad at you. Right. They get mad. They want to follow you around and get in your inbox. You say something you don't like about the president or this person, they get in your inbox and trail you. Why did you say that about Trump? Or why did you say that about Biden? Because I'm grown. That's why.
Right.
You don't need to follow me to an inbox.
As far as the victims, like they did have social media, and a lot of their social media is still up. And that's what I thought that they most likely, like with Gabby Petito, whatever, they took down her social media after a while. But it seems like they're keeping up these victims, like their social media. I don't know if that was
Alexis
told them to do that.
Alexis, you know better. Don't do that in my chat. Don't do that in my chat. Don't do that in my chat. We're talking about 4 dead people. Trump don't have nothing to do with what the fuck I'm talking about.
Oh, okay.
Don't do that. Go ahead.
Okay. No, I was just mentioning the victims, they still have their social medias up as far as I know. I don't know if they had more.
Do you have a problem with them leaving it up?
I don't, because me personally, I think it kind of makes them sort of live still. You know what I mean? Like it has their like still has like their friends or whatever on there, and people are still interacting and kind of leaving their condolences and stuff.
Yeah.
I think it's actually good.
Yeah. Abe Allen says, I think the student murder is an escalation from a previous murder committed. Interesting. Well, you know, Theodore Bundy got, what's the word I want to use? Erratic near the end because he was on the run. He was trying to stay free. You understand what I'm saying? So the thirst is more prevalent because I got to try to watch my back to stay free, and I've got the thirst to kill.
Right. Well, he started in one state, wasn't it, like Washington State, and then he went to Florida?
But what I'm saying is when he was, you know, being apprehended, breaking out of jail, your thirst is more because I got to watch my back to stay free, and I'm also thirsty for the kill. So you're going to be hungrier because now you've got a thirst for killing, and you're watching your back as not to be apprehended.
Right. Well, it would be good, I mean, to see if there was well, I don't know there wasn't anything recently, but maybe somewhere in that state or near that state. I mean, well, where Moscow, Idaho is, it's really close to Eastern Washington State, which there's another university right there, like very close. So it could possibly even be somebody that's from that eastern side of Washington State because there's a university right there as well.
Do you think they will find the killer?
I hope so.
Okay. Do you think the killer will show up to the vigil? I believe it's tomorrow, I think.
Well, a lot of people are saying, yeah, he might just to be arrogant or whatever. But since everybody's saying that, for him to be there, well, I mean, they won't know who he is, obviously. But
right, and that's what I was going to say. Why not show up? You don't know me.
Yeah.
So I think or hope. I hope you don't know who I am. But he better hope he didn't go in through the front because the doorbell camera of another neighbor has the girls going into the property. So whoever's been going in and out of that property, you will be on that person's doorbell camera. And to me, when they revealed that, I thought that was kind of dangerous because if this person is thirstier, it wants to continue to play mind games, funny games, they could now go around and try to figure out who the neighbor is with the doorbell camera and cut their damn throat. So you don't know how devious this person will go. They've already showed you they're diabolical. I can take it a step further.
Yeah, well, I heard a lot of those complexes or whatever. It looks like their houses or duplexes or whatever that they didn't have those Ring cameras, and now that people are installing them. So I'm not sure how many of them would have that footage.
Well, I'm telling you what was said. The kids were seen going in. That's why they have a time. Somebody has a camera. What I'm saying is when you release that information, the killer now knows that. So who's to say if the killer is not going to try to pinpoint who has the doorbell camera? You see where I'm going?
Oh, right. Well, yeah, they would know the angle, I guess.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I really feel for the people that live there, you know, being on edge, for sure.
Let me ask you something. You do believe it's a man, not a woman?
I believe so.
No other participants?
Well, maybe possibly someone that not somebody that was there at the time of the killing, but maybe somebody that helped them plan it.
Like who?
Who knows? I don't know. Like maybe like you were asking me, like, if it's somebody that's local, like maybe that person lives out of town and then someone local was casing the place or watching it or whatever.
Okay.
It's a possibility.
So you don't think they're local though?
I don't think in that exact town, but very close to it. Yeah.
Do you think he took a souvenir?
I don't know.
Why was it not sexual? Do you think it was robbery? They lied in wait in the house or outside?
Well, of all the houses, like if I heard correctly, there was a party house and there was people in and out all the time, and there was a lot of activity. I mean, I think that would be the last place you would want to Rob, like if there's so much people coming in and out, like you probably
Okay, so think about what you're just saying. It's too many people coming in and out, but I was bold enough to go in there and kill 4 people.
Yeah, that's true.
So what's the difference?
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask you, was the perpetrator already in the house when the girls were there, or he went in when they were gone?
Yeah, I think probably went there maybe like right before they got there, but he or whatever would have to know when they were exactly coming back.
That's why I kept trying to tell people, when you don't know who it is, you don't know the motive, you can't really say who did what, because all of them had cars.
Right.
So don't you find it strange? They're catching a share ride back, but they have their own cars.
Well, yeah, but weren't they also at a club? So I'm sure they wouldn't want to be drinking and driving.
Yeah, but people do. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's true. That's true.
We don't know them. We don't know if they're the type that would drive and been drinking. So I told people it couldn't be somebody from the bar, couldn't be somebody from the grub bus, because they took a share ride home. How are you going to stalk somebody and follow them home and they jumped in a car? That's why I tell everybody, always think about the information that's been given.
Yeah, for sure.
You can't stalk somebody and they're jumping in a car. How are you going to do that? You're on foot.
Right.
That's why you have to know everything. How did they leave the house? How many places did they go? Did they leave by share ride Uber? Bar hopped on foot in several places within blocks, then caught the share ride home? That means the perpetrator couldn't have followed them because they left in a car. How would they even know which car they're getting into if they're waiting on a ride to be picked up? You couldn't stop them. You couldn't find them.
Good point. Yeah. Yeah, it would have to be somebody very close.
Inquisitive, where are you calling from?
Hi, I'm calling from Canada. And I'm also in the Pacific Northwest side of Canada.
Okay.
And I'm a big fan.
Okay.
I just want to say my theory is I think it's 2 people, 2 men, and that they probably see killing as a game, like a hunt. And chances are that they've been watching them, the victims.
Do they live there or they're visiting Moscow?
I don't think they live in Moscow, but I think they probably live in one of the nearby cities.
This is what's interesting to me. FBI agent that just spoke, former FBI agent don't think they live there. TF don't think they live there. And you don't think they live there. So what in God's name are y'all saying? How would they have found the girls?
It could be
because we don't even know who the target is, even though they're female and one guy.
Mm-hmm. It could be maybe someone they went to high school with, someone they had a class with, but has moved away to a nearby city.
And I'm going to follow you all the way to Moscow to kill you? And you've been there for 3 years?
If it's 2 people that see murder as a game, they may do that. Because
so why are you leaning on this 2-party gang player theory? Please enlighten me.
I think it's 2 men because how do you murder 4 people?
Well, it's been done though, but it's been done.
True.
Ted Bundy killed what? 2 in one house and bludgeoned some other ones. So that was one after the other. They would sleep.
That's true. But 4 people and then 2 of the roommates survived. I just feel like.
Well, where was he? Tell the queen where he was. How did he get in and where was he? Lied in wait outside, in the back of the house, the front of the house. How did he get in? How did they get in?
Mm-hmm. So I think possibly one was already in the house waiting for them to get home. And then when.
But how did he get in?
It's quite possible those windows, you can slide them open sometimes.
So that means the window was unlocked. Is that your theory? The window was unlocked or the balcony? Somebody climbed up on the balcony and went in.
It could be the window was unlocked.
Okay.
Or sometimes with the single pane windows, you can actually slide them up and over. if they're old enough.
So let's say one of the windows or doors is unlocked. We make entry. One's in. What is the other one doing?
So the other one could be outside watching, waiting for them to come home, communicating with the one person inside. They're
interesting.
Yeah.
TF, how do you feel about this lady's theory? Good Lord have mercy. I don't know where I'm going.
Well,
I don't have a theory. Let me make that clear. I do not have a theory.
It is a possibility. Just
okay.
Like,
two people, two guys. A Balance says 1. Divine says 1. Memo says 1.
I mean, it would make more sense, I guess, if it was two people working together.
Well, we have had tag team killers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tag team robbers, killers. Did it ever occur to any of you that this could have been a robbery, and they came home in the middle of the robbery?
That's also a possibility.
You know what I'm saying? I know they've got. Let's just say the killer's been in the house and sees they got iPads, this, that, flat screens.
Right.
It's possible, and it could be possible. Maybe someone thought they had more valuable possessions in the house.
Yeah,
because
4 people. I mean, 5 people in the house. You would have some type of valuables.
Yeah, and because I believe one of the girls had a Range Rover, so I know personally if I
assume somebody's got some money. Yeah, I know what you got.
Yeah, I would automatically think, okay, this person has money. They probably have electronics or jewelry or something in the house. So it could be possibly a robbery. But I just feel like, given how messy the crime scene.
Well, what's the motive? Because no sexual assault, then what's the motive? You said just to play funny games.
Yes. Just to give some perspective for where I'm coming from, my opinion.
Okay.
I have met a serial killer. Yeah.
You know, I'm gonna be truthful with you. It was something about your damn voice. I don't know. It's just something about y'all. So now, because Queen is good at reading people.
Mm-hmm.
What you mean? You've met a serial killer? Are you going to divulge who he is?
It's currently in the courts right now, so I can't.
Well, nobody knows who you are, but nobody knows who you are.
Right. So I can't divulge who it is, but so far this person has admitted to killing 8 women.
Okay. I'm going to ask you one more time, ma'am. Nobody knows who you are. Who is the killer?
Unfortunately, I'm not comfortable saying that because then people will know.
How they going to know?
So I don't want to dox myself.
No, but I'm listening to what you're saying, though. But listen to what you're saying. You're on a public platform throwing out that you have met a serial killer. And we know how kooky people like to get on live streams and make up stuff and be seen for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And this is the Queen's Playhouse. And I'm not trying to be rude, but I want the fucking tea. Who are you speaking of, ma'am? Because now you want me to believe what? That you're in the case as somebody that's going to testify against the killer?
Yes.
Dear God, I'm done.
Yes. And you know what?
AB, you need to come up here. I need a drink.
So what I can do is
well, this is what I want to know. What is your role? Well, what is your role in this testifying?
So I found the victim. Okay. And I told the killer because he was her boyfriend, and I said I was the one that notified him that she was dead. And he made comments to me that indicated that he had killed her.
Okay, so what you say, this girl was your friend?
Yes.
And you went to her house?
Yes.
And how did you get in her house, ma'am?
So this person is a friend, but also, just to give a bit more context, I am also a building manager.
You mean what you mean, apartment building?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So this was a tenant.
Okay, so let me ask you one question. Did you have a personal relationship with the victim?
I considered her a friend.
So how would you have her boyfriend's number to call him?
He also lived in the building.
Oh, I know I'm
done. Mm-hmm.
How many units are we speaking of?
It's a large site. And
like
you know what
200, 200, 300?
About there. But what I can do is I can email you the news article.
Lord have mercy. No, you know Queen is good. I can Google.
Okay. So
this is bad.
Yeah. So for me, witnessing this person, witnessing their behavior, that kind of what's brought me into having an interest in true crime.
Because I was
and
going to
looking
ask, how
through.
long have you been watching true crime?
I've been watching true crime for about 5 years, but only just recently, the last few months on YouTube.
Let me ask you this, ma'am. Do you think he will get life in prison for these crimes?
No, I don't think so.
So then I think you know where I'm getting ready to go with this, right?
Yeah.
Huh?
Well, the reason why I don't think he will get life in prison.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Oh,
I want you to think about what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I just asked you, do you think this person is going to get life in prison? You said no. So are you telling me you think the person will walk all the charges off or only get a few years in prison?
He will probably, my opinion is, be sent to a psychiatric ward.
Well, do you think he'll ever be free?
No.
Because I was wondering about your safety. I don't know how you missed that.
Oh, of course. And fortunately, like the police the detectives were really good on this case. And
so he's mentally disturbed. Is he schizophrenic?
He does have mental health issues. Yes.
Such as what? Dissociative personality? What?
I believe it is borderline personality.
Borderline personality. That's what I'm trying to say. Okay.
Yes.
Ooh, so who the hell had you been talking to? What personality were you talking to? Damn.
I haven't been talking to anybody.
This is Jed. This is Bob. Bob, meet Jed. Jed, meet Bob.
So this is actually only the second panel I've ever done.
No wonder you drink and use drugs. You all are making my head spin.
Well, so I wanted to hear more about when Inquisitive thinks. So it was two people, and then
I gotta take a quick break. You two talk it up.
Okay.
You're gonna let us take your panel?
Damn. Wow.
Thank you, Queen.
Go ahead. Y'all keep talking. I'll be listening.
Okay.
So when you see these killers, these absolute scum of the earth, and you see their depravity firsthand, it kind of gives you a different point of view when it comes to true crime. When you look at a serial killer in the eyes, they're dead inside, and it's like they're playing a part.
Wow.
And you just see this depravity that you never knew existed. So that's kind of the point of view that I approach cases now. And when I see a case like the Idaho 4 and 4 people murdered, I feel like it was planned, and I feel like it was possibly 2 people that enjoy killing. And sadly, in this world, there are sickos like that out there.
Right. Yeah. There's definitely people out there that would.
Yeah,
scary,
like
for sure.
Yeah. So that's why with the Idaho 4 case, that's why I think that yes, it was a big mess, but I think the killer probably enjoyed seeing all that blood. I honestly think so.
Yeah, it seemed to be a lot. If it was like going down the side of the house, what they showed. Those drips,
Yeah.
whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeesh.
But I do appreciate the Journey to Justice for saying be nice, she's Canadian. Thank you. But yeah, like it's very frustrating because I follow these American cases, and then I see the Canadian justice system, and these killers are just let out so easily. And it's frustrating because I wish that we had tougher laws up here.
Yeah, I can see why.
Yeah. I hope I didn't scare Queen away.
I hope not. No, nothing scares Queen. I don't think so.
I know, that's why.
It's gonna take a lot.
I was trying to figure out where all this conversation was going. I said, Lord have mercy. Who are these people up here on this live stream? Don't have me implicated in nothing. Then nobody come looking for me talking about, well, they was up on the street talking.
Oh no.
But you know I want to get the tea, honey. It's Queen, honey. Woo! Y'all know how to wake up the dead, don't you? Without this conversation. Ooh,
yeah.
Lord.
Unfortunately, it seems to be a little bit more common.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Well, I'm going to jump down too.
Thank you,
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
So all right, happy holidays to you. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you.
Okay. But what happened to that lady? Where'd she go? What in the world is going on? Well, y'all go Google it yourselves. I don't even know what the hell's going on. These folks, I don't know what I just listened to. But I'm going to play one more commentary pertaining to this case because I had a lot of things to share with you guys. Oh, Jesus. So I've played the sister. I've had the father. Brought you information pertaining to this case, a forensic expert speaking. I brought you a former FBI agent speaking. The dad has spoken. Classes have resumed. The FBI agent has spoken, Coffin Daffer, that the suspect may attend the vigil. I've brought you that information. Just going through all the things I had lined up for you all. I had Mr. Enton commentary about the students staying in after dark due to this crime. And then there's court TV. Then there's the neighbor that everybody's talking about. Let's do a little information about this neighbor. Ikamel had some information on his channel, and I'm going to let, look at AB. It took you long enough to climb the stairs.
I was running around, driving. I was caught up in fucking traffic.
Well, you in traffic now?
No, I'm home now.
Did you hear that conversation just now?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was commenting in it for a while.
I saw you comment, but first thing, my better mind was saying, you know what, Angela, this might come bite you in your ass. You keep letting them talk. Let her talk. Damn. What in the hell was that? Listen to Sweet Tea, what a treat. Okay.
Conversation.
Yeah, it was interesting. Go ahead. Let's. I had more I wanted to play.
You're going to give me the 10 questions.
You want the same questions?
Yeah, you're going to have to run me the same questions.
All right. Let's go. Let's start with the obvious. Why those kids?
Why those kids?
Uh-huh.
My opinion currently is to, like I said in chat, to steal their innocence. It was these kids fit a stereotype, and the killer wanted to lash out at that stereotypical image. It's nothing personal against the kids. They just happen to
stop focusing on that gossip.
Stereotype.
Sorry. Stop focusing on that gossip.
What gossip?
Stop listening to that gossip. This is why the cases get messed up, because you all start talking about gossip from other people. I've listened to that YouTuber. He's crazy too. Putting these people's names out here and flagging them as the killer. That's very dangerous. I wouldn't do that. And this neighbor, God, I got to play him because he that long-winded Dear John letter he wrote. Oh my God. You want to hear some of this from Ikamel's channel?
Let's just go over my head. Yeah, I want to hear it.
Okay, hold on.
What you're talking about?
Ikamel.
Oh.
Be nice.
Sent me this post on Reddit, and I thought it'd be a good read to go over. And again, I always say, like, they'll be doing witch hunts. Yeah, this guy's on the news. Police are aware of him. I guess he literally lives next door. You're not going to go do something the police can't do by like searching, hunting down, doing all this kind of stuff. Anyway, 17 hours ago, Jeremy here, couple of preliminary matters. Okay, and his name, Stop Blaming Me, JR. This account was created today.
I thought he was talking about the other JR.
This is a throwaway account so I don't get harassed on my main account. Number 2, you all need to stop blaming me for something I had nothing to do with. Yes, I'm an incredibly awkward person, but that does not mean I have killed or attempted to kill anybody. Which a lot of times, I get phone calls from people. Sometimes they're kind of shy, they're kind of awkward. I can be kind of awkward sometimes too. I embrace awkwardness, but especially if you're like on TV or on the news, it's like a thing, it's a serious situation. Everybody reacts differently. Everybody has these different takes and stuff like that. And I actually got asked towards the end of my live stream earlier today if I believe this guy has anything to do with it. And I said, no, I don't believe there's any indication. Hey, Icky, what's your opinion on the people speculating on the neighbor, Jeremy? I don't see any connection there. I don't have any inclination that he did anything. I just think it's interesting that he lives right next door and he can maybe give some insight, but there's no anything as far as the neighborhood, but there's no, or even the partying stuff, which was interesting, but it isn't like particularly, anything about the crime more than anybody else does. So it goes on to say, I did not ask to do any of the interviews or seek them out in any way, nor did I claim to have any beneficial information about what happened. I was approached every time to do an interview and told the reporter beforehand that I did not know anything. They still wanted to interview me due to the proximity, so I said, sure. Number 3, for the first interview, the reporter knocked on my door and asked if I would do the interview since I live so close. For the second interview, I was taking my trash out to the dumpster before I left for Thanksgiving break, and the reporter approached me while I still had the trash in my hand and asked if I would do an interview. Obviously, she let me throw it out before doing the interview. I'm the type of person that will do something for someone else if doing so won't cause me physical or financial harm. Hence the reason I said yes to the interviews. I also didn't expect to be contacted by the national news outlets. I was shopping for my grandma when I received emails from CNN and Fox and Friends stating that they saw my interviews and wanted me for an interview on their network. So I told them I didn't know anything, but like the other reporters, they still wanted me on because of how close.
Where is this fucking going? Where's this going?
Some of the
this guy is reading. Ikamel is reading this winded social media.
It's a social media post from the next door fucking neighbor. Why is it so winded? Can you not just get to your point?
Man, he can't get to the point. Dude, it's that long. It's that long.
Reiterating the same fucking point over and over and over again. It's driving me nuts.
Listen, I could not believe. I'm only in 3:41 on this video. This is a 21-minute video. That's how long this fucking post is.
Oh,
do you know what I'm saying
put me
to you?
through it. Don't do it.
I'm not, but I want the chat to hear some of the stuff because they're going to hear it anyway once they go to their sales and listen to it. It goes on to talk about going outside. He has seen the girls, seen them through the windows, walking the dog. Just trying to throw some stuff out there. He's hunted once, blah, blah, blah. It's too much. I would have never put all that out there. All you have to do is say, hey,
well, hold on.
I live next door. I have a right to walk my dog.
This dickhead a little bit more closely. This isn't.
Well, I'm not saying we shouldn't, but what I'm saying is, for common sense reasons, he should know the game, whether he did it or didn't do it. You don't ever explain yourself to fucking people out here on social media because you will be doing this every day.
He's making it all about himself now, isn't it? This is what we complain about other creators.
Yes, exactly. We're all narcissists in some form.
Yeah,
we're all
narcissism.
Okay,
but
so
you don't have to go overboard.
Yes, so this is why I have a problem with him. Please,
Why is he making
dear
himself
John Letter
so important if he doesn't know anything?
See, let me tell you, when Ikamel first started,
long-winded posts about how
I did not think it was going to be that long. Once he started talking about the hunting and that's when I was like, oh, okay, stop sign. You need to stop talking now. You need to stop talking now. Because you're giving people ammunition to use stuff against you.
Well, I saw a post from that dude at the chip truck. I saw his.
Yeah, I played that. I did a video of that earlier.
As soon as I saw him come out and talk about it, I'm like, yeah, well, I'm not interested. Probably not him right now.
Well, I did a video. I did a upload where I filmed him talking, and I don't see anything with him. And this is why people need to stop throwing people out there, because you don't know these people. You don't know these kids. You can't even give a adequate suspect because it's too many moving parts. It could be anybody.
I disagree.
How can you come up with a suspect?
I've got a good
with all these people that these kids knew and were around.
I don't think it's anybody that these kids knew in the sense that they wronged one of their friends and they got mad at them. It's not like that.
It could be that.
It wasn't, in my mind, it wasn't really up to them whether they got targeted or not.
What do you mean?
Well, the person that did this to them, it was more about themselves than it was about the victims.
Well, you're going to have to elaborate now. Take us to school.
Just the nature of the crime. It wasn't sexual in nature.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't a fucking robbery gone wrong.
Okay, no robbery. So, most killers that do these type of things, it usually is sexual assault is usually involved. You know what I mean?
This
if it ain't robbery.
It smells like a really planned out scenario from an individual, a single player who knows how to get in, get out. He's probably targeted them a long time ago, right around when can he make the biggest impact?
Okay.
When's the best time to get these girls? Probably after a night drinking.
Right.
Just before a break on campus.
Mm-hmm. So break it down.
It's not just that. It fits into
local,
like a low probability of getting caught. He's not going to get caught. I wouldn't be fucking worried about getting caught in any Idaho town. I don't care how many Ring doorbell cameras you have.
That would be horrible.
This isn't downtown. You can walk in and do whatever the fuck you wanted in that town and walk out, and the cops might not even get called.
Let's do this. One perpetrator or more?
One.
White male, different race.
Male.
Age.
Mid-40s.
Huh?
White male, mid-40s. Who's like
damn, you took to the 40s?
Yeah, white male,
so
mid-40s.
He's girl.
He's like
he's girl, right?
For about 25 fucking years, I bet.
Okay, wait. Say what you just say.
Yeah,
he's been doing this. You said for 25 years.
That's what my profile is fitting. That's what I'm saying.
So we're talking about a white male in his 40s can climb a pillar to jump over a rail, correct? If we believe he climbed up on the balcony, right? So he can get around. He's not in a wheelchair.
Yeah, he's not in a wheelchair.
How did he get there? Walk or drove or parked his car somewhere else?
He's parked nearby, probably.
Okay. How did he know the victims?
Targeted them probably from an individual that he knew that lived close by, and he was probably could be annoyed, like many people are annoyed by all the fucking college campus houses and all the noise.
So he lives in the neighborhood and he's annoyed by
No, he doesn't live in the neighborhood.
Okay, I'm just asking.
He could know somebody. He could
know somebody living in the neighborhood.
Connections to the neighborhood.
Okay.
Okay, and that house is up on a hill, and if you are taking a good look around there's a long apartment complex.
Yeah, that's how that was
kind of built on a hill, and there's another street behind it. Yeah, there's a main road. So,
well, he didn't make it clean, Justice, because my understanding was sloppy.
I don't know what that means in this instance when they say he's left all kinds of evidence. Well, good fucking luck finding it. All you really had to use is a pair of gloves. And I would think that he probably used a pair of gloves.
Did he wear gloves? Hello?
What is that?
Did he wear gloves?
Oh, I would imagine so. I would think so.
Knitted?
That's a little bit too long. You're asking too much. I'm not at the crime scene.
Well, you want to ask? You said ask the question. I'm asking you.
Okay. Well, in my opinion, at this point, I would say, based off the situation, that if this was a targeted killing, he would wear gloves. He was smart enough to come in there with a big fucking knife and stick it. It takes a lot to stick a knife into somebody's chest.
I've heard that. Yes,
and kill. Like a fucking knight in shining armor. Do you know what I mean? Like a medieval fucking knight. It's pretty brutal that way. Not your everyday university.
Yeah, people always identify
pissed off about his lunch money getting stolen. Doesn't have that amount of rage to carry it out over 4 people. 4 people is quite a few when you're fucking killing, I would think.
Well, a lot of people always like to say that it's personal, but there have been people who've been stabbed and they stabbed strangers from robbery or sexual assault, or you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
A lot of people have been stabbed and they were stabbed by a random person that people didn't know them. They didn't date them or.
So in that sense, what does constitute knowing this person mean? I don't think it's a person from their everyday life.
Okay. That's what I want you to be clear about. Okay.
It would be known that the perpetrator knew them, but the victims did not know the perpetrator.
Okay, so you're saying he's watched, but they didn't know they were being watched.
Yeah. He's had their eye because they stick out like a sore thumb.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, they stick out like a sore thumb, and they're easy to follow around. They make enough noise.
Mm-hmm.
It's probably partially some of the resentment and the hatred that fills his heart, and he lashed out at society.
Mm-hmm.
And this is just a planned out fuck you
to
law enforcement.
But no sex.
No sex. No, it had nothing to do with sex.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Not that that the perpetrator maybe wouldn't.
April said he lives alone. Does he live alone? Is he a father? Has children? Because you do find those be married.
Ooh, I haven't thought about that far. But,
I didn't ask that. I didn't ask that either with the other people. I said that too, T.
At this point right now, I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think that he has kids or is in a loving relationship. I think that he is a single man that lives alone.
With a pet? No pets.
Ooh. Yes, pets.
Okay. Dog, cat, goldfish. No, this sounds crazy asking these questions, but
he would be a dog person.
First time offending.
Hell no. No, not at all.
How many you think are under his belt?
Instances like crimes or people?
First, let's do people, such as this.
I'm thinking
felonious murder.
Probably another, because there's an unsolved murder close by that resembles this, which was a pair that was cats.
Yes, young, and they were young too. That I think's interesting.
Yeah, they were just about to fly out to Hawaii, and they had the same indent and hole in their chest. Same sort of thing.
Where are you getting that from?
Well, how else do you think that they're going to identify?
Let me tell you something I read on
deep fixed blade. Do you know what a deep fixed blade puncture wound looks like?
No, I have to see it
in nature.
I meant to look at it.
Squared at one end and slid it at the other sometimes.
So even the weapon was intentional. So you think they probably went and bought the weapon just for this occasion?
No, I think it's something that
they've already had it.
Oh yeah, everybody has. Every good serial killer will have a Bowie knife or a knife just like this.
Let me tell you something I read. It was either on Brett Buffington's page or Coffin Daffer. Somebody had made a comment about, I can't remember how you word this word. I have to look it up, but it's a weird word, and I went and Googled it. And what it means is a person that stabs people in their private areas only. Percherism or some kind of word. It's all with a P. I thought about that for a minute. I had to comment because I was like, what would make you think of that? So could this be this certain type of mutilation of body parts that are either your buttocks, growing, or breasts? Why there was no sex involved, but they stabbed your girly parts.
I think it goes back to
somebody mentioned that
with their mother.
Weird to me. So what?
I think it goes psychologically. It goes back to their hatred for their mother.
Well, most men do hate their mothers that do these type of crimes. You have seen that with most serial killers and rapists. That is true. There was no love for the mother or whoever else. Yes, pickerism.
Really?
Pickerism. Thank you, Norma.
I think it's both 50-50.
No, but I'm saying that most of the men that I've seen and that were serial killers and rapists, the serial killers especially, they did not have a good bond with their mother.
For instance?
Bundy.
Ted Bundy. That's a weird one because Ted Bundy Ted Bundy even have a mother? Ted Bundy.
Yeah, but guess what? You lied to
that
me.
His mother was a sister.
You lied to me. Exactly. You lied to me. So he had a complex about that girl being his sister/mother. And they got him in a quote saying, he said, I don't know why I'm fixated on that, but I just,
I would be too. I would be too. Who knows the repercussions of that?
But let's go farther. Let's go farther into that.
Let's take him out. Don't even consider that, because that's...
No, I'm just saying. But let's go here. They're rumoring that Ted is a product of mommy and his granddaddy. Shut your mouth.
Chad, who?
His granddaddy. That his granddaddy is his daddy.
Yeah. That it's inbred. That he's inbred. That's speculation.
I'm just saying, but still, it's deep.
That he could have been inbred, and he could very well be. He's got that look to him.
And then the father was allegedly violent with cats.
His mother was quite young.
Yes.
And it was word that.
But imagine that. But imagine being in that house in those times when everything was hush hush.
Well,
back in
think
those
about
days.
what the fuck is going on in that house to begin with, and how they covered it up.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If you lie about that, you probably lie about other stuff.
Fucking not let Ted, and all of a sudden, everything comes crashing as far as Ted Bundy goes in his personal life history. He's ready to lash out.
But look at this.
Not lash out necessarily, but if that's possible, it makes everything else in his life that he thinks is real and or not real.
Yeah.
That line becomes invisible because it just rocks his world so much.
But look at this. At 3 years old, he put knives beside his auntie while she slept. She was 15 years old. I remember reading that probably 30 years
his
ago.
auntie or sister's aunt?
Well, whoever she was, auntie something. She was sleeping, and he just lied them like little army men. Who does that at 3?
Yeah, kids do weird shit, you know.
That's a young.
Kids do weird shit, and you can always attach something after.
To be fascinated with knives, because I don't know any 3-year-olds that would go pick up a bunch of knives.
Boy. I was fixated on war, murder. I grew up with
at 3.
Absolutely, I grew up with World War II clips nonstop.
Well, I'm just saying it's still strange for 3-year-olds.
Just look at. I thought it was strange. I think it's strange. I don't think it's right. But
because look when he did it.
Let
me tell you something. This is how you know that the mind was deviant even at 3. She was asleep. Stay woke. Didn't do it while she was awake and just went up beside her, started putting knives beside her, sitting on the couch. She was asleep.
No, he's planning ahead.
Okay.
He's pulling a prank, maybe.
Okay. Let me ask you something. White male in his 40s, a loner, no pets, no wives, lives out of town, has seen these girls somewhere, annoyed, no sexual contact, allegedly. They said something was left behind as evidence to lead them to believe it was targeted. What was that?
So hold on here.
Mm-hmm.
There you go, right there. This is what baffles me. Who keeps claiming that this guy was messy? If he didn't leave any DNA or touch DNA around that place, it's going to be very difficult to pull out of a college fucking door or a college.
Anything, because a lot of people probably went up in there. So anybody could have slept on the couch. You brought Harry in with you from Susie Mae's dorm room, apartment.
Like you're going to fit in. They're not going to be able to pull a DNA sample from this and go after somebody.
That's why I never gave a theory. I said because if they had all these different people coming and going, people probably about friends from home over, all kind of shit.
Put a pause on this conversation for a second.
Okay.
Did you hear about that dude? Now, the worst possible thing just happened. I just read it up in the Daily Beast like yesterday. This dude catfished this girl from Virginia, flew out to California, just murdered her entire fucking family.
What you mean?
And he was a cop.
Well, he flew her up. Well, how he killed her family?
Let me read it to you right now.
You and your stories, Lord have mercy.
No. You listen,
Virginia. Look what you just mentioned. Virginia. Woo! Nasty.
Yeah, he's from Virginia. Let me just read this quickly to you. I'll just give you that.
Look, so much for the Commonwealth.
Man catfished teen before murdering her family, police say. So this dude.
Interesting.
take a look at the face on this guy. Here is the link in chat. Let me see. I'll put it in chat.
What's
You
his
can
name?
get a
We might
picture
have
of
named
him
that.
if you click that link. This fucking
What's
guy.
his name?
So a teenage girl in California was catfished by a man who then murdered her mother and grandparents on Friday, police said. Riverside. I know people who live in Riverside, California, but Riverside Police Department was first alerted to the crimes when they received reports of a young female who appeared distressed as she was getting into a car with a man. As officers responded, a fire was reported just a few houses away where the girl had been seen. Firefighters who tackled the blaze found 3 bodies lying on the ground inside. Their bodies were pulled outside, where it was determined that they were the victims of an apparent homicide, police said in a news release on Sunday. So the victims were identified as Mark Winnick, 69, his wife Sherry, 65, and their 38-year-old daughter, Brooke Winnick. Preliminary investigation determined the distressed young female was Brooke Winnick's teenage daughter who lived at the property where the fire had started. Authorities said it appeared the fire had been intentionally ignited.
Yeah. So let me get this straight. She came from California, huh? And made it to Virginia. Hello.
So pictured in your mind, this dude on the computer started up a relationship under false pretense with the 14-year-old, the underage child,
Lord,
that still lived at home with their parents and their grandparents. Well, this guy flew out to Riverside to meet her, flew on a plane all the way from Virginia to California. This 28-year-old freak knocked on the door, killed the entire family, and set fire to the place and tried to usher her into the back of the car. Abducted woman at that point.
So he must got some money. Somebody in the chat says came from Virginia to California.
So let me finish up here. So this guy, he's of North Chesterfield, Virginia. As Riverside authorities, this man is seen with a teenage girl was later identified as Austin Lee Edwards, 28, of North Chesterfield, Virginia. Austin Lee Edwards, yeah. As Riverside authorities alerted.
What's his race?
Oh, he's white.
I didn't know. I didn't know if it was a brown brother.
What'd you think was going on?
I don't know. We got some black folks to get down crazy.
Black folks don't need to be flying halfway across the country to get no pussy.
If he's a kitty cat he might want to go out there.
Man, will
I'm trying to make jokes, but I'm just curious if he's black or white. I didn't know. Damn. Well, what's the point of killing the family? I don't understand.
Well, that's a good question. I don't.
What kind of jump out for you to kill, the family? Oh, unless she took you home and they said, "What the hell is this? This is a grown man. This isn't a kid." Is that how it went?
So think about it for a second. You can pretty much answer your own question with that. So the guy catfished this 14-year-old girl. This 28-year-old man catfished a 14-year-old girl on the internet, as if that's not even a crime in of itself enough, is it? It goes beyond that by.
So what do you think he's trying to do? Take her back? He's gonna take her back?
Oh no, I think he was trying to. Who knows? Well, who knows what was in his crazy mind? But
well, he's got a nice bank account.
He was trying to abduct her and make her his own type of thing. So I mean, without any conflict from his mom or grandparents, he's just a homicidal maniac. So he flew all the way to Virginia to Riverside, burnt their fucking house down, killed them all. And
that girl did down in Georgia had 2 twin girls.
Surprise!
She killed one and set the whole apartment building on damn fire.
You don't look exactly like your picture.
What?
You don't look exactly like your picture. So at what point does it become a fucking stranger abduction at that point? So it's a stranger abduction.
It's a stranger because she didn't know him. You know that.
Right. It's a stranger abduction.
Nasty.
That's bizarre, but the circumstances are the perpetrator of this catfished and established a relationship.
Yeah, he's disgusting, messing with kids.
Jesus Christ, eh?
But you don't know people. That's the whole point. Even if they were the same age, it's dangerous meeting people, talking to people. I've foolishly met people out, even if it was in public. You still don't know them.
And it always happens that way. It always starts and it's initiated under false pretense through the internet. You have to take that into consideration each and every communication and step on this fucking machine.
Well, somebody said he's an ex-cop. Well, how did he become an ex-cop?
Well, because he's a punk ass bitch. He's 28 years old. He hasn't made the grades yet. He can't get on the floor.
You're an ex-cop at 28?
Well, they haven't explained that fully yet. I believe.
I bet you're gonna dig it up.
Yeah, it'll come out essentially. I think the fact is that
probably did something he had no business.
Yeah, he's just but he's got a bit of a problem and he's a bit of a control freak, it seems. I would say this is about the worst fucking control freak I've ever seen. You're such a control freak, you had to lie in order to kidnap a fucking 14-year-old girl.
And then look how far you went. You could have got a 14-year-old anywhere. No disrespect, but we're just using logic. That's a long way to go just to get a 14.
I guess we're not going to see enough for a while, but the communications, that would be interesting.
Oh yeah, he laid it on.
Oh
but
shit!
We got to ask ourselves, why did you kill the family? What do they have to do with the girl?
14, you would have to think that he's probably conditioned her into thinking that her parents are against her and her finding love in that aspect, right? Let's be the primary thing that you could use against.
She could have got a friend. He could have went somewhere, had her to meet him somewhere. He could have gotten a car with her, took her somewhere. Nobody would have ever known nothing. What was the purpose of killing the damn parents?
Well,
somebody said, I thought he quit his job. I don't know. I don't know this story.
Maybe Brenda.
Listen at this. Somebody said he was wearing a trench coat when he picked up the girl. I can't. Oh, God.
A black log trench coat. Get the fuck out of here. Are you serious? Get the fuck out of here.
In LA.
The zombie fucking apocalypse is going on. People are living out like, is this life imitating art or art?
It is. The stuff that people are doing now, it's kind of like there are no words.
Well,
the stuff you see on the news.
A loose understanding and an escalation based off of how Hollywood and the media fictionalizes and sensationalizes into fantasy and into your everyday life.
Yeah. Let's talk about the part of my title, finger pointing, with this case of these kids. You know, it's very dangerous to start doxing people and putting people names up and their addresses, which some YouTubers like doing lately. You know, you can send somebody over. As somebody said about this boy, Jeremy, you could push that boy over. He's already awkward, stays to himself. Eventually, this shit will get old, and he'll start getting paranoid. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah. So what's this about? Who's Jeremy? Who the fuck is this guy?
He's just a neighbor that somebody's decided to pick on to say he's the culprit.
So getting back to this neighbor, of the Idaho.
Yeah, because we done went downtown and got popcorn. Come back.
Yeah.
We done went downtown, got a soda pop, hot dog.
This is an office. I got sidetracked at the water cooler again.
Oh, yeah, you don't need to work in the office. Anybody seen AB? He's still in the water cooler. Hell no, he went and got his car. He went home.
So this neighbor.
Oh Jesus, I'm dead.
I mean, you can put a big asterisk beside it, but it's a big narcissist. Is it just a young kid?
Yeah.
Is it just a young kid? This neighbor?
Yeah, he looks young. Yeah.
Oh fuck.
But let's be truthful. As some people in the comment sections are saying on these news articles,
he's like really into himself, so self-absorbed. He's got himself all figured out.
Yeah, but he needs to quit talking because it's dangerous at this point.
He's traumatized. I'll give him a little bit of slack because it happens so close to you, and when the media descends, it's an experience all.
It's not the media part that I'm concerned with. I'm okay with the regular news wanting to talk to him. That's not the problem. It's the other people that's in this shit that we do. You're putting him on blast. You're in inboxes. You're spitting his name out like he's done something. That's the danger part, because
he doesn't see.
You will start showing up. Let's see what YouTubers decide to go to his house and knock on the door.
People find a reason to talk about this fucking guy.
That's what I'm saying. So let's imagine the YouTubers showing up there and start saying, hey, we know you did it. Hey, that may not go well, because I keep telling people, you keep fucking with these people, you're going to end up just like those kids. Don't think a person won't do you the same way. This is serious.
Maybe that's already happened.
You don't know who you're dealing with. This person killed 4 people. They would have no problem lighting your ass up and say, oh, they like to play games. They think the neighbor did it.
Why don't you assholes go after like the Hillside Strangler or something? You know?
No, honey. No, I'm gonna do that.
Get out there and get on the corner late at night with your camera. Well, then it would make you like one of those First Amendment auditors, I guess, but only you'd be going after serial killers and crime. Do you dress up in a fucking costume? Do your thing.
Well, somebody said Mushmouth is there. I don't want to know who that is.
Who's Mushmouth? Mushmouth. Oh, geez,
well, Canada's kind of close to Idaho, is it not? Shut up, Angela.
Borders.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but the part that Idaho borders, I don't think anybody lives within like 200 miles of the fucking thing in any direction.
Hey, Cherie.
Pretty remote.
You missed that. You missed that joke. I said Canada is close to Idaho, is it not? You didn't get that?
No, we're north of Idaho.
But I'm just saying, but you're still a little closer than Georgia.
Oh, fuck yeah.
You still don't get it?
Well,
maybe somebody could fly in there. It's a little closer. That's all I'm saying.
Let's still take too much effort.
I'm sorry.
I get it. I pick it up what you're putting down. With VBTW.
Targeted. The father thinks one was targeted. Who?
The father thinks Kaylee's father?
Mm-hmm.
So let's define what that means here, because
oh my God. Stop acting like we're in school, AB.
I know it's good. I don't want to sound like a broken record, but listen. When you're looking at fucking dead bodies on the ground, it's safe to say that they were targeted.
You look kind of
looked like they were fucking targeted with a knife to me.
Woo, real targeted.
So at what point does being targeted mean to this parent? Does targeted?
Well, you got to think about this. That's the
targeted
parent.
by.
I don't want to listen. I don't want to think of my child as the target. I don't want to think my child did something to Pookie, Ray, Bubba to make him, her want to come in here and stab. You know, a lot of people probably wondering, like, who was the main victim? You want me to believe that it was all? I can't believe that it was all of them.
I think targeted to that father means something different than it does to me.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm worried about.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, yeah, I guess you could say that, but listen, it's a lot easier to I guess to disassociate from what he feels, but maybe he knows more at this point than
he said he does. He said he does. So what does he know? I want to know. That's why they're not talking to him. He hasn't figured that out yet. He was talking about they ain't talked to me since Wednesday, blah, blah, blah. Sir, because you keep talking on the news and going on social media, hell no, they ain't going to tell you nothing. Because if you're sitting here right now on a live broadcast saying, I believe one was targeted, I know more than what I'm saying. Oh, hell no.
You're back against the cops and you're forcing them. You're using it as pressure back at them. What they say, they're not going to be so friendly to open up and share information.
Well, that's what I'm saying. They're not going to tell him nothing. They're going to do it on an as-needed basis. So let's go here. Let's say he does know something. What is it you think that he knows?
Probably to the extent of the DNA under the fingernails. And
my gosh, really?
Yeah.
Somebody did fight back. Who fought back?
That's just I'm a gambler. That would be shot in the dark for anybody to really know at this point.
But
right?
imagine
It's
this.
one of the four.
As Nancy Grace says, you better hope they're in COVIS, you know what I'm saying, CODIS or whatever. Because what if they're not in any databases? You're shit out of luck.
That would be a surprise to me.
Mm-hmm.
But it's going to again depend on how good the DNA sample they get.
Mm-hmm.
These people were sleeping, so I can't imagine them getting much DNA. You would think that it would come from their face.
Mm-hmm. Because we don't know what the person was wearing, but I'm going to assume at least a jacket, a long sleeve shirt.
Yeah, you think like a hoodie, black long sleeve hood. The
Did
normal
you wear a mask?
for any kind of crime. You don't go to a crime dressed in a fucking skin bikini.
Yeah. Do you think he wore a mask?
The mask is always fits in. You don't really need a mask if you've got a proper.
I'm just asking.
I think he altered his appearance from
Kate
normal.
Said he wore layers, maybe a few layers.
Yeah. He's altered his appearance, but not like Halloween style or anything.
Was he already in the house
when they came home?
No. Was he in there before, or he came in after they all got home?
It's a weird question because they all live there. So at what point did they leave for him to go in?
See, that's what I told people. That's why I tell people it makes sense. So that means he climbed over the balcony, watched them leave. How did he watch? Because if I'm going through the back, I can't see from the front to see that you got in your car. I tell people, think about what you're saying.
So we can brainstorm from that point, right? We can consider the different scenarios. So I would have to think that if the scenario in which I'm thinking is going on in my head, the perpetrator was likely active in and around the time that they were at that food truck. So,
oh my God, y'all in the damn truck.
So if
the girls got in a car, you can't follow a person if you were on foot and they jumped in a share ride.
So how do you know he could have been back at the home? Is my point at that point in time, and they walked in on. No,
that's
they
what I'm saying. So we're gonna go with that. Let's just go with that theory. He got in. How did he get in? Window, door, what?
Was it homecoming that weekend or not? Or homecoming in October? Because it was the last party weekend. It's the last party weekend for the students before they go on break.
That's what I'm asking you. Do you think the perpetrator was already in the house? A, B, yes or no?
At that point in time, was he already in the house? Probably
before
not.
The children came
home. I would say he probably active in hunting, just waiting, but he wasn't inside the home.
So he was outside.
No. He was outside, yeah.
In the cold.
Yeah. Doing his thing.
Front and the back of the house.
You could sit in a vehicle, a dark fucking vehicle. Nobody would notice in a sleepy old fucking town like that.
Said something about a white truck. I don't know anything about that. Here goes Francis says maybe when they got home they let the dog out and didn't lock the door. Interesting. Didn't think about that. See, the possibilities are endless.
Right.
Had somebody open the window to smoke a cigarette, ventilate.
So from an FBI standpoint, you could have a big old map of that little particular region up, and you start putting little colored dots where all the cameras are, and start just pick one person and follow their route as far as you can from one to the other, and start doing that with everybody and ruling them fucking out from all the footage that you can gather as a whole. And as you're gathering that footage, it's going into one database where on one sort of interface, the user can go and click on different little portions of the city to see where it comes in. That's just an investigative tool on your part. Then you might be able to get lucky in that aspect, and something will stand out to you, as an investigator to follow up.
I want you to think about this for a second. They said that they drew the conclusion that this was a targeted situation of the victims because of what was left and seen at the crime. So let's go here. Did somebody write something on the wall? Write something in blood? Write something on the victim?
Whoa, then no. That'll be the sure mark of a serial killer. Then they're leaving.
That's why I said. He said
so it's gonna be
that's
like
how we know they were targeted by what was left behind. So that's why I'm going there. What was left there? What did you see there to say, oh yeah, this was intentional? That was targeted. They, them. What? Scribble something on the victim. One victim had more stab wounds. Bingo card. DNA, as Nancy Grace says. One victim is going to have less. That's going to let you know who was your first victim. The one that has the least amount of DNA. Because naturally, if you're using a clean knife, you're stabbing one first, right? So one victim is naturally the first. Don't know who it is. Probably doesn't really matter.
Mixing of DNA from the knives in the body. So you'd have to do that in the autopsy. If it should be.
Oh, and the nurse. Let's talk about that. So much to talk about this story. How about you've got a fucking medical examiner as a nurse? I'm dead. Did you hear that?
What about a medical examiner and nurse?
They don't have one. Ting.
What?
Where have you been, AB? You've been sleeping.
What do you mean they don't have a medical examiner?
A nurse is the medical examiner. The person you've been listening to is a fucking nurse. You can't make this up. This is just like television. Hey, go get the funeral home director. Bobby's been shot. So let's go get the funeral home director. He's going to tell us what the hell happened.
There'll be so who's doing the autopsy?
I'm going to say it one more time because you ain't listening.
There's no coroner.
Uh-uh.
Well, then what do they fucking do when somebody dies? Who's acting as coroner?
Good question.
Because why is the system any different up there?
This is why there's been critique and criticism on that podcast I played last night, because if you got these people who are seasoned detectives and they know this stuff, they said nothing was covered up in the front of the house, which they thought there should have been. So I'm assuming they're talking about the cars, because remember the car sat there for 2 weeks, going into 3 weeks. Somebody said they moved the cars today. I think I've got something in the queue right now coming up about the cars. So 2 weeks you hadn't moved the cars. Why not? Why not? You mean to tell me you have nobody that can do forensic on the cars? So cars should have never sat there that long. Then we're talking about a nurse doing an autopsy, and it's like, what do you know about the body? You studied just a little bit of medicine, not a whole lot like a doctor. You need people to measure the wounds.
Well, it depends what kind of nurse she is.
Yeah, but I would prefer a fucking medical examiner. Thank you, B. I'm sorry. I want a coroner or somebody that knows about what she ate. What about the body? But you still can't open the body to tell us what the people ate. Did they digest their food? Didn't digest it? Somebody had an aneurysm, heart attack, stroke during the attack. You need a doctor. You need a doctor.
In a situation like this,
where
it's such a brutal murder.
Yeah, you want to know everything. Somebody could have had a heart attack.
The homicide detectives in a picture could do a lot.
You know, I want somebody to tell me, was somebody popping pills or had a joint, or you want to know all that stuff.
Well, how much of the human flesh do you want to look at? Do you need to know to get to to solve your question? It's not like it's a complete mystery. They're going to do a little like a regular swab around certain areas, starting out from the most obvious down to the least obvious and the least disgusting to have to work for to get. That's how it works. And
I'm just saying, if you ever get a perpetrator and he goes to court, you need all that stuff. Hello, on record. The size of the wounds, you measure them so it can match the blade. Or if you ever find the weapon, you need that done. You know this if you ever go to trial.
Well, yeah, that's important.
That's why I'm saying, if you ever need to go to trial, if you ever want this to go to trial, you got to have a medical examiner to tell all that stuff. Oh yeah, she bought a taco salad. She ate it. It was digested, partially digested. You need all that.
You can do that with a photograph. You can do the same thing with the photograph and a tape measure. So you put a tape measure on the body. You take a photograph.
Let's talk about this because I knew this was going to come up. The girls calling an outside party, but yet you have roommates in the house. You don't know they're dead allegedly. So why would you call outside people if you found somebody unconscious? So that's up for question.
You just love fucking Hollywood TV too much, Queen. You need to register in your mind that there needs to be some old fucking dude in a white coat that gets paid an astronomical amount of money to go in and really have too much fun looking at dead bodies. Fuck.
Well, I'm just saying.
Everybody
else goes to the coroner when they die. Why in this case you got
to? The simple answer for that is when you're trying to make ends meet from a. Historically it has been when you're trying to make ends meet and things are unnecessary when all that you need to get accomplished is you can get from a photograph and a tape measure.
Well, let's go here. 2 remaining roommates. Perpetrator bypasses first level basement, whichever how you want to word it. You allegedly say you're going to talk to someone in a room for some reason. Why? And you notice what? They're hanging out of the door in a day room. Where were they to where you said, oh my God, they won't move. Let me go call my friends and not 911. I'll wait.
Well, let's put it this way. Have you ever lived in a college house like that? Do you remember?
No, I only did a dorm.
All fucking rules and things, noises that you just ignore. If you're all sleeping anyways, you sleep soundly because you've been drinking or partying too much, or you have your mind like it's not like at home. It's like in a hotel. Like you give up a little bit for whatever the fuck noise that was. You hear the booms and the echoes in the ceilings. You don't really know what it was, but who are you to ask? There's like 7 other people here, right? So
but I'm just saying, it's just like right now, if something was to happen in your house, you would be seeking out the people in your house before the outside people come in, don't you think?
Yeah.
Okay, that's all I'm saying. Why am I calling Pookie Ray when, I got other roommates. Let me see if they know what's wrong with this victim over here.
So you're trying to account for the phone calls that one of the victims was making?
Yeah, all that's up in the air.
That was their natural, everyday sort of fucking their lifestyle. They're all a big, happy, like get along gang, and they are.
Maybe they're not. How about that?
Well, the drama that goes. I'm saying that sarcastically.
Yeah,
they're always calling. There's always something going on. There's always somebody to bitch about behind somebody's back. The triangulation and all the shit that goes on. Well, it's how they live their life. That might not be associated.
A lot of people are questioning.
I probably don't know
why you're calling an outsider first. You got other roommates that allegedly you don't know are dead. Wouldn't you go look for them to say, hey, I'm trying to wake up Susie. She won't get up. That's what we're saying. I wouldn't call an outside friend if I've got other people in the house that I could go to question what's wrong with Susie.
So by the time that they were in bed, okay? So think about how a stabbing will go down the way it did.
Okay.
All of those people had a long, drawn-out death. They bled to death. And bled.
Yes, Divine Kate. That's what we're trying to make AB understand. You would see blood. That's what we're trying to make you understand. How are you looking at a victim and don't see blood? You're just saying they're passed out. There was never any mention of blood. Wouldn't I describe that first? Oh my God, I see blood.
No.
What's going on?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
We're talking about the roommate's description of the scene to go call her outside friends instead of going to find the other roommates.
Yeah.
You don't find that strange? You don't go look for the other roommates when you see one roommate sick or something?
I'm sure she fucking did after she got off the phone.
Yeah. Okay. That's what.
So I think that you're focusing on that particular description. It's just a fucking description over the phone. It's like, hey, I called because, this person is in bed, not moving. There's 2 fucking levels. There's 4 bedrooms.
Okay, but what we're saying is, if it's sloppy, wouldn't we see blood going in and out of wherever this place? I'm looking at this person passed out.
Well, it depends on where they are in the house.
Okay, you're still not listening. You still gonna see blood, AB, wherever you are.
maybe that person didn't at that point in time.
Well, we're just saying it seems odd due to the description from law enforcement that it was bloody, it was gory, it was sloppy. So no matter where Susie was lying, if I see her, it seems like to me that'd be the first thing I would describe. Oh my God, where's this blood coming from? Oh, let me move her. Oh, she ain't moving. Let me go find my other roommates and let them know Susie's bloody. That's all we're saying. That was never described.
I don't know. How do I know they weren't talking about the Knicks fucking game? How do I know? And why does it fucking matter?
It matters because how do I know they're telling the truth? That's where we're going.
So the people that were there, the first people that they would.
We're just saying you're in a house full of people. Why would you not contact the people in the house first before you go call people from the outside? That's not strange. You're in a house full of people. You don't go ask the other person, "Hey, I'm trying to wake up Susie. Do you know what's wrong? Something's not right." Why would I call somebody from the fuck cross town? Why would I do that? Or like somebody said, why aren't you calling 911? She won't move. I think she's not breathing. Why would I call a stranger? That's all we're saying. You can't tell me that's not strange.
Depending on how,
because a lot of people feel like that.
Thing is strange. The whole thing is strange. You're thinking that you've got it in your mind that it's gone down a certain way, when in fact it probably hasn't.
I'm not saying it went down a certain way. That's not what I've said. Now, don't you put the words in my mouth. I am not saying it went down a certain way.
What makes that strange? What makes
it's strange to anybody with some sense? If I live in a house full of people right now, it's 7 of us in here. I walk out and see you somewhere laying down, bloodied, and I'm looking at you, shake you, you don't say nothing. What the fuck am I doing calling Peter, Paul, and Joe and don't try to go to another room and knock on this door, knock on that door? Why am I calling people from out of the area? That don't make no sense.
I don't know.
Don't you think I would want to check on the other people in the house?
What happened? What happened? I was under the assumption she called 911.
No, that's what we're trying to tell you. She called her friends. She didn't call 911. They called 911 allegedly. But then that's a discrepancy that Nancy Grace had to take back. So we're like, well, who the fuck called? Who called? Even her panel guests said the same thing. They said, you can word it how you want. Something's off with the calling the friends before calling 911. And then you got to think about the other people who were in the house that are dead. Wouldn't you go look for them to go, hey, I'm trying to wake up Susie. She's not, something I think's wrong. Are you up? Now you see what I'm saying? Now, naturally, they're not up because they're dead.
So.
Oh, y'all stop it. Trauma shock my ass. Hell no, I'm knocking on everybody's door. Get up, get up, get up. There's something wrong. Get up.
Well, I'm not about to put any label like trauma shock on it. Like, I would have a question about that. If somebody, so you're telling me that nobody knows,
knocked on any of the doors allegedly of the dead people. You would knock on their door first before calling your friends. It's just like right now, 10 of us are in a house. I see you passed out in the kitchen. I'm trying to wake you up, or I see a crime scene. Don't you think I'm getting ready now to go run and call 911 or go knock on the other girl's door and say, hey, are you up? Please get up. Please get up. Susie, get up. Mabel, get up. Hell, I'm hollering.
The killer might still be fucking in the house.
Well, if you
don't know what's
going
on.
What you're saying, though, the killer's still in the house, and why the fuck am I on the phone trying to call my friends, and I'm going to get my fucking ass out of that?
It's a mobile phone. You don't know where the call's coming from.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna tell you.
I'd be out of that.
Professionals have heard the version
on that scene. I would be out of that fucking house.
That's where we're going. Okay, so that's another scenario. Why are we calling friends?
The first thing after I call 911, it wouldn't just be 911. It would be fucking everybody I knew, everybody they knew.
Okay, but wouldn't you see? Listen to what you're saying, though. But why are you not knocking on the doors of the people that stay in the house?
People make funny fucking decisions in the time. I don't know why they didn't.
All I'm saying is strange to me.
You're starting to ask questions. Listen, there's etiquette in a house like this. Maybe they're respecting other people's spaces. Looking back on a situation that you don't know how horrific the scene is about to unfold. You don't expect it to be.
I hear everything you're saying, but we are outsiders. That's the problem. We are outsiders. We are looking in, and we're only going by what was given to us from the police and the news. So if this is the version you're spinning to us, you can't expect us not to ask questions like, well, why didn't they go knock on the other doors in the house to tell the other people, hey, I think there's something wrong with Susie. Did you talk to her last night? That just seems like a logical thing to do because you do have other people that live in the house. That's just common sense to me. Maybe it's not to anybody else.
I think you're not realizing that 2/3 of the people in that house just got brutally fucking murdered. So the other person that you're with is the only other person that might be there.
You're not listening. The people she went and got, you're not listening. The people the girl went and got, AB, do not live in the house. She went and got outsiders to come over.
Oh, that's all right by me.
Okay.
So I didn't know that. I didn't know that at all.
Yeah, that's what we're trying to make you
But
understand.
I'm okay with that.
It's just
So
strange
what's
to
wrong-
some of us that you wouldn't go knock on the doors of the people who live there to
fuck
say,
these
hey,
kids.
do you
These
know
are
what's going
20-year-old
on?
kids. They're really cliquey. They need their friends. They're codependent with them. They will.
Yeah,
call
I
them
hear
before
what you're
they call
saying, but that
other
doesn't
people.
make sense. Wouldn't you be asking the people in the house? You're rooming with them. You're not rooming with the outside people.
No, I wouldn't go. No, because those people, don't fucking exist.
They existed until you knew they were dead. Now you're answering your own damn question. How do I know they're dead then? If they don't listen to what you're saying now. They don't exist. Well, why don't they exist? If I didn't go in their rooms to see they're dead, then how do I not know?
You would have to ask that person, but I don't think it's such a question.
I mean, I'm not trying to be funny, but I guess like people
I don't think it's funny.
I'm a heavy thinker, and I just think logically. If I'm in a house with a bunch of people, I see one person that looks sick or dead, I'm getting ready to go like, oh my God, he's not moving. Let me call 911.
That's an interrogation room question.
I'm just going to call 911. And then I think after 911, I then would go to the other rooms to ask the other people like, hey, you need to get up. Something's wrong with Bob or something's wrong with Susie.
Interview, you would ask that. In the interview, you would ask that question. Yes.
You mean by the police?
If you were the police.
Well, you think the police didn't ask her, man, why didn't you go knock on the door?
Listen, I'm fucking constantly wondering about the sheriff's department and the municipal police departments.
Oh my God. Why?
All across the USA for different reasons at any one fucking time.
Why?
For some heroic and some brutal. Oh my God. It's hit and miss in some places. You really, it's hit and miss, especially when it comes to, it seems to be common in the last little bit about trying to call and throw off, essentially making a false report.
Well, Fonzie, a lot of people don't have curtains up to their windows. I'm going to be truthful with you. More white people don't have curtains. Black folks, we're funny like that. We don't want you looking and seeing nothing. I'm telling you, there is. We gonna put up a curtain before we do anything. We'll cover the sheet. You just move into a house or apartment. It's got to be something up to that window. But I've noticed that with a lot of white people, they will go without blinds and window treatments.
Usually crackheads.
Oh,
aren't they? No. Who the fuck doesn't you put window coverings on?
A lot of people in the United States do not use coverings. You see people in the big fancy houses where they got the fancy windows. They don't have those. They don't have no curtains up to those windows.
It could be tinted, or maybe it gets dark as the sun comes up. Reflective. I like Venetian blinds, little twisties.
You do.
Yeah, I don't like keeping them clean though.
Well, that's why you got to get a certain type of one of the Swiffer things.
A special attachment for the vacuum. Yeah, I got one of those. We still don't manage to use it enough. Got to get working.
What a case.
So what happened? So you don't have a theory. You're not offering up a theory as to yet.
No.
In my opinion,
it's too many moving parts for me.
Make it in my mind. I make it as simple as possible with each and every little question I can.
Right now I can't come up with anything.
Think about the brutality of the attack, just how brutal it had to have been, and how dedicated in the mindset that perpetrator was in order to carry out something so personal while they slept, and that's doing something with confidence. Do you know what I'm saying? It's like they carried this out with confidence that they would get away.
Okay.
And you don't really need to be there and see everything to understand that. So when they say sloppy, fuck, that means nothing. I think that's just loose lip service.
You want to hear something is uploaded about the case 5 hours ago?
Cops don't know shit.
Listen to this.
The way that I want to grieve, I want to be able
5 hours ago, Fox News.
justice first.
That was the heartbroken father of a University of Idaho student, one of 4 were murdered in their sleep earlier this month. Police now getting ready to release the crime scene once investigators finish examining the site and collecting any evidence. Joining us now, former FBI investigator Bill Daley. Just absolutely heartbreaking, Bill, to hear from that father who, not only lost his child, but still has no answers and no suspect in custody. How are we here this far out from when this happened?
Well, Sandra, first of all, this is a very complex scene. In other words, what I'm saying here is that it's not something where it's a single family home where you have a couple of, you have a pet.
I've got an answer for you, by the way.
Yeah, let me stop that.
Maybe one of the girls were trying to call around quickly to make sure everybody else was okay to locate, because it seemed to me like maybe that just prioritized.
I know, but see this, Amy. What I just don't understand why you can't understand what the hell we're saying. Why do I need to call around? I'm in the house with you. I live with you. Isn't that what you're saying? You act like the kids didn't see nobody in the house to call around. You'd only call around if nobody was there. They're in the rooms dead. So did they go see the kids were dead and didn't want to let nobody know that they were dead? That's what we're trying to make people understand, why this is off-putting. When you describe this first version, nobody ever heard that blood was mentioned. It just was, my friends passed out. And they're still saying it the same identical way. No blood mentioned. Just, I can't wake them up. So as Nancy Gray said, did they knock on the door, yell through the door, open the door? Was the door able to be open? It wasn't only until the police came, they found the other people dead, which people are looking at as strange.
It's bizarre because it's about as close to a boarding house as you can get. But people have their privacy in those sort of circumstances.
Jesus. Please, you're killing me.
I don't think it's too out of sight.
Well, I just guess I think differently than most people. I just can't see.
I've been in and out.
Calling other people, and I live in a house.
Right?
People.
I mean,
I would go knock on my door.
But, I mean,
It's just like right now, if you got 5 kids and one of them is fucking not breathing, you mean to tell me you ain't gonna go check on your other fucking kids or your husband or your wife or your grandmother in the house? You're just gonna go outside or go on the phone and start calling all these people.
From what I got on that picture, and you see there's 3 levels to that place, and those 3 levels each have a separate exit and entrance that those college kids use. They probably rip the fucking lights off. They do their things. This is a college fucking frat house. They do weird shit, man.
Okay.
And that's how they live. So in my mind, I was thinking, and after looking at the layout, boy, they really have things isolated. Like, you can, the bottom 2 apartments can get out the basement parking lot way. You don't have to interrupt. The main floor has the other round. You can go around the house. It's kind of a neat little fucking a setup, but you can see that it's just somebody's knocked out walls and made it into a thing and charged like $800 a bedroom probably times, and they can get away with that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So there's 8 times.
They always charge more in college areas anyway.
So let's say 500. So that's $1,000 a level. So that's $3,000, and they probably pay maybe $500-$600 on mortgage. So if you have college kids in there, you make a ton of money. You don't really give a shit. They destroy everything, and you come in through once a year and patch it up and paint.
Thanks, Barb.
But
more than one perpetrator, never ruled that out. Well, I don't know. Barb ain't gave no suspect or no profile yet. How do you feel about that, AB? No profile, no suspect.
I feel about about no profile or no profile.
No profile yet. Yeah, no suspect. Go ahead, my next 2 red. AB, you gonna answer that before this person talks?
I think that they have fucking one, but they're just not making it public.
My next to read, AB, he didn't even mention Quinton's obituary. That was the first part of my video.
Hey.
Hey, what's going on, my next to read?
What's going on, Miss Lady?
Where you calling me from, good?
Well, I'm from Chicago, but I'm vacationing in Florida right now. So.
Oh, suck it now. All right, let's go. You want to start with Quinton Simon first, or you want to go on over to Idaho?
Oh no, I want to tell you what has been let out about how the 911 call came about.
Okay.
So what happened was the two roommates did see the horrific situation, and they freaked out and they ran outside and was dialing 911. The young lady on the phone that was dialing 911 to report, hey, we got freaking people stabbed in here. She passed out. A passerby seen the girls hysterically freaking out outside, grabbed the 911 phone, the phone from the girl that was calling 911 and said, hey, she's passed out, because he didn't know what was going on the inside.
So let's slow down. How many people are outside?
The two girls that are alive.
So they're outside, went inside, saw the scenery. One is calling 911. Which one passes out? The one that was doing the dialing or the other one?
The one that was doing the dialing.
Okay, so then a passerby comes by and asks what the hell's going on.
Yeah, because there was a whole bunch of commotion. The two girls were just frantic.
So you're now saying what somebody else in the chat said, different people started calling 911.
Yes, because just a whole bunch of her, hysteria was breaking, screaming, oh my God, oh my, and the girl that passed out was just, she was okay. It was just what they had just seen. She was just overloaded her.
Oh, she fainted, type of thing.
Okay.
She fainted.
This is where I have a problem. My
That's
next
where
read.
the pit passed out comes in.
Nobody's mentioning that version on a news broadcast. Don't you find that strange?
It was released today.
Okay, so I haven't seen anything in the queue
I
yet.
did see something on Twitter about something like that. Now that you bring that up,
okay,
because a passerby did, and it came from some people out. That was,
but don't you think that information should have got out first? Because this is why we're questioning. This is why we're questioning the two roommates, because everybody, like they said, want to go to Twitter and snap this and that and talk, and it's like they ain't the people you need to be talking to. You need to tell that shit to the news, because you start getting 4 or 5 different versions. We don't know what to believe because we weren't there.
Yeah, and then the girl that was not on the 911 call that did not pass out, she knew that the boy that was stabbed, the brother is from Signa Chi across the street, because you can see the house where the murders took place from that view. If you look over, you can see Sigma Chi. Well, the brother lived across at Sigma Chi. That's where they were at the party. She called over to see if the brother was okay to say, hey, your brother's over here and he's been stabbed, while 911, all that, and to check on everybody. That's how all the other phone calls started happening.
Okay, well, see, like I'm telling the person in the chat, Brenda, I didn't hear that, and I have not seen any content with this version. So that's the whole point, that you only know what you've heard. What you heard over on 15th Street, it don't have nothing to do with Angela, because I didn't hear it. You see what I'm saying? And if the news agents I'm listening to don't reveal it, then how do I know that that's what happened? I don't know.
Right. And that's why you have an open panel to come up here.
Exactly. That's why I tell people, don't put stuff in the chat. Hit the link, because we're not going to sit here and try to decipher that shit in no damn text messages. Because I don't understand half of the stuff.
You think that the perpetrator has followed them on Instagram type of thing?
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what happened with that girl in Texas, that model. That guy from Florida was watching her, and they do not know how he got into her apartment, because she had like a townhouse. But somehow he got in her apartment, scribbled all this crazy stuff on the upstairs walls about how he was in love with her and this, and he's sorry, blah, blah, blah. And he strangled that girl to death.
I got a trivia question for you.
They strangled her. He strangled her. And then I think I want to say he killed himself. It's a very, very odd story. But he found her on Instagram. Huh?
He came back into her apartment, broke in.
Who?
The person that you're just describing.
Well, he came from Florida to Texas, but what they're saying is they're trying to figure out how he got in. How did he find her, and how did he get in? So I don't know why anybody would be posting where they live, because that's very dangerous when you start talking about where you stay. That's why you have to be careful posting basic stuff like Starbucks and Panera Bread, and you're going live, and people start putting stuff together, just like these so-called wannabe web sleuths. These stalkers will do the same thing. You start talking about, I live on 15th Street, and I went to the area coffee house. Well, that's all I need, right? That's all I need. And especially if you go live from there 2-3 times a week, well, I can just lie and wait to see when you show up. Then I follow you home. Bingo. Now I know where you live.
Oh, what are they calling that in Houston? Where they were following the rich old ladies back and then stealing their shit, or following back from like the mall to the suburbs, and then jacking their purses when they get out of their cars in their driveway. There's a wave of them. They have a term for them.
Well, I don't know. Only thing I know about is smash and grabs. They do that shit all the time up in Chicago. They smash and grab your shit.
Yeah, somebody just did that somewhere up there. Somewhere, remember they broke in, they stole guns the other day.
Yeah, Chicago's off the hook. That's why I'm down here just chilling. But
yeah, I know. Chicago is rough.
Shoot.
Some of them YouTubers need to go to Chicago. I won't give you 2 minutes stand outside somebody's door.
I told them go down there and I don't ever see any of them going and protesting down on the south side of Chicago.
You will never go to Chicago, baby. You will never go to Chicago talking about I'm a YouTuber and I want to ask you a question.
And I want to ask you a question on the south side. I'll meet them on Roosevelt any day of the week.
That'd be the last YouTube upload you ever do.
I don't want to wish harm on nobody, but I laugh.
You like true crime? That's the perfect city to go bang on doors.
Yeah, go on. I'll give you a couple addresses to go see what
happens. I hear
happens.
that you're a suspect in a double homicide.
Go ahead.
I want to talk to you. Sure.
Girl, go ahead. Send
everybody on this force witnessed a homicide.
Yeah, come on in. Because you're not checking out of here.
The homicide up there. Who has a damn homicide up there?
Right. Come on. 2 red. Let's chop it up. 1 perpetrator, 2.
I believe it's 1.
Motive.
I think I'm kind of going with the AB situation. I think that he's just pissed off at either that they're loud. I think he lives in the area. He knows the terrain. He knows how to stay warm. He stalked them, knew their habits. Okay. You know what I'm saying? I also was looking in the area around the house, the footage that people showed around the house. And if you look on the back side of the house, there's 2 bricks that will give a perfect step up to that back window by the grill.
Yeah.
Okay, is that window open? And I heard that.
That's what I'm trying to tell AB. That backside, that terrain is going really into the house is almost into the earth. You can get a good jump off the climb up there. Wouldn't take nothing to push yourself up there on that.
And I think he's a hunter. I think he has hunting experience.
Okay.
Because
is he white?
I do think he's white. I think he's mid-age, 40s.
Remember what
I do think that.
Why? Tell me why.
Because I think you have to be in a certain mental capacity to be able to go in to a home that does not belong to you and kill 4 people.
So you don't see a young guy doing this?
Well, he's got to be capable of rational. A young person doesn't have the confidence or the maturity level to carry through a level of 4 murders like that and walk away.
So you think a young person would shoot before stabbing? Is that what y'all saying?
Yeah. Just from my experience and where I live, young people aren't into the stabbing like that. They'll rather they can't aim worth a shit.
Grab a gun. Just grab a gun. Which is what young people have been doing, is getting guns.
Mm-hmm. They're getting guns and trying to, do it like they see on TV.
How did he get in?
I think the side one. I'm thinking the window.
Okay.
That's a point of entry to me because
did he watch from the front of the house or the back of the house?
I think he was in the back of the house, because when you go in the back of that house, there's a road back there where people park, and you have a direct view to that window, to the front of the house.
It goes beside the house. It's a road that leads to an apartment complex.
Yeah, and it's like a big circle back there, right?
How do you think he came to know the girls, though?
I don't think he knows them. I don't think he knows them personally.
Well, how did he pick them?
I think he just is that area and the partying.
They're loud, obnoxious.
Okay, but guess what? You still got to have been around them to even form that theory about them.
No.
Well, just saying. But he had to see them somewhere. Listen, I'm going to stop you out. I got to see you somewhere.
These college girls are trying to fit into, and that is the thing that this killer despises, and that's why he's targeted them, because mainstream society values that.
Right.
These kids want to look that way with these fake lashes, without all this plastic in that. Sense. It's all lumped up into his perverted mind in the same sort of way.
All I'm asking is, where did he see the girls? That's all I'm asking.
I think he's seen them at the corner pub, because that wasn't just a college bar. That was like locals would go there too. Now you have to remember, whenever college is out, where do the locals go? They go to a local pub.
Yeah.
All right.
Small town, still small place.
So, there's only a couple bars in the area. So I think the locals go there.
From there.
The kids go there.
Town. They'll stick out in a small town, especially anywhere that serves alcohol. This person in a town the size of 30,000 people probably lives just on the outskirts, comes into town the odd time.
Okay. AB thinks he's from the outside. Where do you think he's from, Red?
I think he is in the area. I don't think he lives right by the girls. I think he's from the area. I think he's a local.
Okay.
I think he's a hunter. I think he's in his 40s.
So what do you think? He's followed them? He's followed them before, because they took a ride share home. So how would he have followed them if, let's say, he was on foot?
I think he's probably seen them before.
So he's already planned this out. Let's go there with both of you. AB,
he
planned this in advance.
He planned this in advance.
Okay. Red, did he plan it in advance?
Yeah.
I think he did. He did.
Okay. Maybe that's what I need to also put on a community page for a question. Did the perpetrator plan this way before that day?
I think he did. And he just decided to do it.
But was the intent really to kill?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
Well, yeah.
I think, yes, in my opinion.
No matter who was in the house, I'm taking them all down except
for who was in the house, because they stick out like a sore thumb in the.
Okay,
and you know why
a lot of us have a problem with that. If two were sleeping, why are these other two girls alive if it's targeted? Make sense.
And I think the reason is because the two girls that are still alive, in my opinion, is I think the two girls on the bottom floor, they're used to people in and out all the time, right? Mm-hmm. So they've come accustomed to locking their doors, because they're tired of, Joe Smo going to look for the bathroom and walking into my bedroom, right? Yeah, okay, so they make it a habit of locking the doors. You would have to bust in the door, which would create sound, too much noise.
Okay.
So he went up. They don't lock their doors up there. Just
so that's what I was going to ask, and that's something we've never asked in the lives I've done. Did the other parties have their doors open or locked?
I believe they had them open. They might have been shut, but not locked.
Not locked, so he just opened, possibly. Okay.
I think the ones on the bottom did.
Maybe, what do you think? You think the girls locked their doors?
Obviously not.
Well, if I'm adamant about killing you, do I really care about making noise? I'm taking all prisoners.
If I'm that crazy, that they probably, like, kids don't fucking worry about locking doors. They're
because let's be truthful. Let's be truthful. Let's really be honest about this. I don't really know who the fuck you got in that house. Come on now, let's keep it real now. I don't know if somebody got a gun. One of these girls got mace.
Wanted that
one of their boyfriends over with a gun. See where I'm going with this? How do I know your mom and dad didn't come over for the weekend?
Because he's been watching. He knows the cars.
That's exactly why I was trying to say, if all this traffic is running in and out of this house, that's a hell of a risk still. If it's a party house, they entertain.
It's not a risk when it's no risk when you know that nobody's coming out of there alive.
Okay, but I don't know that. How do I really know that if I don't know who's all in there sleeping? Guys do carry guns and knives too. What if somebody gave me a run for my money up in there?
Tried watching what's going on in there. These girls are that carefree.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just speaking logically. Though
probably knew what was going on.
That's the point where I'm trying to go.
They probably knew their personal lives.
What if it was somebody that ain't no drifter, no transient? It's somebody they know, because that's a hell of a risk to go up in a house where people are known to keep traffic. I don't know if you got a boyfriend, ex-boyfriend.
Not when your intent is to kill them all. It's not a fucking risk.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but I'm saying in the world I live in where people carry guns, that's why they carry the gun, because they know that gun gonna shoot off quicker than a knife would.
Yeah, these kids don't have fucking guns. They're girls. He knows
So
these. He knows the victims well enough to know that they can't handle a fucking gun. This guy's just killed them with a fucking knife.
Yeah, I don't think that.
I mean, what if it was Ethan and they call Ethan's brother or sister? Brandy, I don't know what you mean. I don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, I think he knew that they didn't have guns.
Okay, somebody said he knows the pattern. They may shut down parties at certain times. The way it went down, it seems it was systematic, not sloppy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was a dirty.
I just ask all questions because to me, it's still brazen to go up in the house. I don't care if there's girls in there or not. It's still brazen when you don't know who's screwing who's got. They could have been having a menage a trois with 12 guys and girls.
That's insurance on your part because you know that they're going to be occupied, and just assuming your odds are in your favor that much more because they're not really attuned to bumps.
He got it right.
There's all kinds of people in and out all the time.
You know what I'm saying?
But the odds are in his favor. Mm-hmm.
He got it right. How about that? He did. And that's the scary part. As big as that risk is going up in there, not knowing who the hell was going to be up in there, he came out. That's scary as hell. That's scary as hell.
Yeah, and I think that, college students should be able to, carry a firearm and know how to use it for protection. I'm all for gun rights,
Well, I think a lot of these young ladies will probably take some lessons and acquire a firearm. Do you think the kids should go back to school?
I mean, if they feel comfortable enough going back to school, I would say, but would I say, hey, you're a pussy if you don't go back? No, there's a dead killer on the loose, man.
Hey, do you think the students should go back to school? Hello?
Yeah.
Yes. Let's ask this question that nobody's answered. Where are the two roommates staying? Bingo card.
As far away as possible.
Shit. Hawaii?
You are hell. But let's talk about that too, because nobody talks about this. Queen always asks those questions. Nobody asks. Imagine what they're thinking right now.
Oh, man. They're probably suffering some major PTSD.
You think about knowing, let's just say they had nothing to do with it, no knowledge. Imagine what you're thinking knowing you're the two last Mohicans.
Yeah, that they're going to have survivor's guilt like a mug.
Because we are all asking that, and they may get
eventually
offended by what we're asking, but we are going to ask, why are you two alive?
Oh, that's going to be a question that they're going to pure luck, probably.
Yeah.
Because it's no different than a sniper in the taking down 5 and letting a guy live in order so he can go back and tell all his buddies and instill that much more fear in society.
Said, could the killer be in a fraternity?
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I think no.
Did the caller called
quite
Jack
the opposite
sort
of person from a person that would be in a fraternity.
Somebody says the FBI put them up somewhere where no one knows. I don't know. I bet they probably won't go back to school after this. I would see them not finishing.
Oh, fuck. I would switch schools. I would go back and assume a different identity and get this out of my head as quickly as possible. Absolutely.
But wouldn't you be afraid of living in an apartment again, though? Like that type of apartment? Because that's a wicked way. That house is wicked looking just from the outside.
Yeah, I would.
I probably would live on campus if I.
Yeah, I would live on campus too. I'd say I'd get my freedom later in life. But let's be truthful. These kids are it's almost time for them to be, go out on their own and get apartments and stuff or homes, unless they're going to continue the graduate programs. I would be afraid to have an apartment.
I would probably ask them to hold back. If that was my child, I would probably not. I would encourage them not to go back.
Really? Okay. But don't you think it would be scary at this point to go out into the real world and live on your own, where you have to rent your own apartment? Huh?
If you can get through this, you can get through anything. I'd say.
That's what I'm saying.
But I'm saying, but don't you think they would be scared at this point in life to go out and rent a space by themselves?
Oh, fuck yes.
Well, hell yeah, they would be scared. But you know what? If it was my daughter, my daughter's 24. She finished. She's out of college, if it was my daughter and something like this happened to her residence where she was staying, obviously I let her go through the grieving process, and I'd be like, we're taking your power back. We're going to go learn how to use this damn weapon. We're going to learn how to damn kick somebody's ass, right? And you're not going to let this control the rest of your life, because then you're giving him all the power, and that's what he wants, right? So it's not going to happen. Let's go shoot some guns, sweetheart. Sleep
First
with
thing
it.
I'd probably do is probably in time go through and give her some nice knife fighting lessons and teach her how to use a knife properly. In order, if you're ever in that situation, you can hopefully disarm another person.
But everybody knows your defenses are down when you sleep, so let's ask that
question. You're pretty. That's
was everybody's sleep?
The blow, that first blow, has to occur as quickly as possible. You're pretty much safe in each bedroom when you go in. And so that whole scenario in each bedroom, you could have. No, I don't really want to say that. I don't want to say.
Yeah, I think the first.
Maybe.
I didn't want. I was going to just go. Didn't want to get too morbid. I didn't need to get too morbid there.
About
Well, he could have done this in a spread out amount of time, I guess is what I'm saying.
He did what?
He didn't just go in there and do it in a record amount of time like it was one systemic action. Like he went in there, planned ahead. He was thoroughly pleased while he was doing it. So, I mean, it makes me wonder I get lost in my thoughts because, what were the last moments of each victim?
That's why I was asking, was anybody up? Somebody's getting something out the refrigerator. Somebody had on headphones, listening to music in their bed. See, you don't know. Somebody could have been still on the phone, talking to friends, playing word games. Everybody's different. So just like that sister said, you don't know our family. We want you to know them as individuals and how they would react. I get that, because I would want to know. I want to know, was anybody up? Anybody doing something and the killer thought you was asleep, but you weren't? Can you imagine that door creaking open just like in the movies, and you're thinking it's one of your roommates? Hey, you're still up? And then you realize, oh, that ain't you. Can you imagine that?
And that's where the fear comes in.
Your eyes open and something standing at the end of your bed.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Imagine somebody wasn't asleep and the door creaks open and they're thinking it's one of the other girls. And you look up, that ain't no girl.
Right. That would be horrifying.
Exactly.
Yeah. You would know right there and then.
But I personally think he did like a kill cut, bam, on each one, and then proceeded to do whatever many times.
But let's go there. Imagine this is a stranger, right? He doesn't know the layout of the house. He just went out on a whim. He's creeping through like the Reaper, going places.
That's so wild.
That is wild. That is wild as fuck. Because you're talking about floor to floor.
Floor to floor.
Here's what
that shit is.
How many video games, first person video games, can you carry a Bowie knife? You remember like the old video game Doom from the 90s, where those arms would just swing out, and you would have one of those knives.
Yeah.
And I wonder. I know that. Wow.
Well, they're gonna name it.
Do that.
Well, let's jump off of this.
A lot on video games.
3 hours and 21 minutes in, and you all have not. Some people in the chat must want to talk about it. Quinton Simon. Obituary. Have you read it?
I haven't read it.
It sounds exactly like what was on Cher's.
Yeah, that's what somebody said on Brett's Twitter page when I read it.
It was the exact same thing that Mike guy said. What a funny, interesting conversation that was. Looking back, that's probably one that would be worth revisiting at some point, because essentially Leilani's sitting there giving you a bunch of bullshit, and people were just loving it and eating it up like it was candy.
Yeah. What do you think about the obituary, AB?
It's an obituary. I don't like it, in the fact that, just considering the situation that's occurred, how it's worded, it's inappropriate.
Yeah. You know what was really just downright disrespectful? Billy Joe Howe, you didn't name Zane and Sky, but you named every other fucking Tom, Dick, and Harry and Uncle.
You didn't actually name the child's biological kin.
That's what I'm saying. There was no thing, no Sky, but everybody else's name was in there. Every brother that's an uncle, auntie, but you don't name his own siblings by their government name.
Yeah.
Don't you find that strange? You won't even name survived by sister, brother, Zane, sister, Sky, but you named everybody's papa, mama.
I'm
you got
disappointed
their
in
names
the
right.
Georgia.
Somebody had her to come here and talk about maybe she forgot. Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
She's not the mother of year by any means, but like, you know,
Henry
I'm
Bubba
giving
Mouse's
up on Billy
parents.
Joe.
I don't know. Were they not mentioned? Shit, I have to reread it. She didn't name Bubba Mouse's parents or other sisters from his father's side. Well, I guess she didn't want to go down the tree. Diana should write it. Now that's funny. Yeah, go tell her that. You let Diana write the obituary.
Damn. Yeah.
Barb says so poorly written, like drunk people. Might have been drunk.
That's what they do. It would have sounded worse probably if they were sober. I haven't personally read it.
And he liked to say boom, like fist bump. And I was just like, man,
You like to play with the TV remote. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Well, you know, a lot of toddlers like remotes.
Yeah, but I mean, is that really something that you want to list as a really?
Well, if you're them, you do.
Like, it wouldn't be something that I'd list as.
There's something else she forgot to put on there because Angela, you know, I can be real gritty. Hey, Billy Joe, you forgot to say they also like to play in ditches and run across the streets unattended. How about that? You left that part out the obituary. The babies like to play in the ditch and play in the streets with moving cars. How about that?
Need to come up with a nice rhyme.
Sometimes I let that 3-year-old walk around the swimming pool and he could just fall on in there. He likes walking around the swimming pool. Yeah, Queen looked at our little TikTok videos. See, this is what we keep telling people about social media. That social media can tell some stories without you even opening your mouth. What is a 3-year-old doing walking around a swimming pool by himself with your back taking a selfie, Billy Joe? See, that's what you forgot when you took one of those pictures. That 3-year-old was standing behind you walking by the swimming pool unattended. Could have slipped, fell in anything. While you got little monkey up in the baby gate. Because I believe little monkey stayed in the baby gate often. That's my gut feeling. He was too much to deal with.
Ricky Fry said some funny shit.
Yeah. The parable cannot interpret itself. Only a human being can. The sheep are the unseen words. The pastures lie hard live for the baby. Okay, Ricky, where you going to? Jesus. Only when I go live.
Continue that verse.
What you said? Oh, so they didn't have Cher write it. Please stop.
Well, kind of she did because it came from her conversation.
Oh my God. Listen to Barb. Love to play with remotes and screwdriver and electric sockets. Barb, please. Damn. Come on, Barb. Now, really? Oh, damn.
Do you think that she'll get the capital punishment?
If it fits the criteria,
I hope
we'll
not.
see.
I hope that she doesn't get that's an easy way out of this, especially when it comes to her.
What do you think she's thinking in there?
Nothing. She is a problem psychologically. She's going to have to get a lot of talking in with some psychologists first.
Suicide watch. I don't know anything about it, Miss D. You must be getting that from the horse.
Suicide. She fucking loves herself too much. She's not at risk, I wouldn't think.
No, she's
Oh,
not
she
a
was
red.
already
She's
partying.
gonna be in there like Susan Smith.
That's what she's
gonna get
she's
somebody.
suicidal about.
She's
Never
gonna
getting
talk to Billy
behind that
Joel, find
bottle
a way to
again.
get some lipstick put in there some kind of way, so she can put some lipstick on and do some interviews.
Yeah, she'll be like
Those
Casey
Bridie,
Anthony
my
and
old friend.
Mascara. She'll find somebody to sneak her some mascara and lipstick in there.
Hey, Lonnie, happy hour's over.
Please stop. Oh, Mildred says she will adjust just fine. Well, you sound like somebody's grandmama when you say that. She'll be all right.
Yeah, she'll probably get along. She'll thrive in prison, probably.
She probably will. No, actually, she
will
probably
love
will.
all the fucking personal attention.
She'll get to flip her little
the
hair.
rules at the end of the
She'll probably
day,
get her
yeah.
little cute. She'll probably get her little cute little girlfriend in there.
In about
Yeah,
10
she'll
years,
probably like it.
she'll probably get some seniority in about 10 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, when she gets slipped in, she might not like jail, but she'll like prison.
Somebody said there's absolutely no love written about on that or this obituary. No respect. God bless baby Quinton, and he's sleeping in the arms of Jesus. Yeah, there was nothing personal. It was not personal. It didn't feel love there in that obituary. I didn't feel it. The banner is still up. Well, damn, Barb.
Oh my God.
You know what would be interesting if just one day you hear the whole house just caved in.
Just got swallowed up by earth.
Yeah, Carrie. Remember Carrie?
Yes.
That's what I think of.
Movie Carrie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just the whole damn house just fall flat.
It's done.
Sinkhole. And everybody goes running. Did you hear that? What happened?
Poof, they're gone.
Gone. And imagine sleeping in the house. See, I tell people, a lot of people really don't focus on the obvious stuff, such as these people have been sleeping in this house and setting this house up like it's some fucking big mansion, on Rodale Drive or something. The baby was murdered in there. What the hell are you people doing?
Something happened to your grandson in that house.
No way.
That unalived him.
There's no way.
And you're eating dinner.
Way I would sleep in that house.
Fuck no, I'd be out of there.
I would be out of there quick, fast, in a hurry. There's no way.
But listen, you can stay there because you are detached.
Right.
Poke fry an egg, knowing you're feet away from where you murdered your kid. Grandma comes home, flip-flopping around. She can fry an egg, sit at the table, turn on good cable Wi-Fi. There is no way in hell I'd be in there.
But she's got nothing to worry about now, does she? There's no bills to pay now that she doesn't have any kids.
Nothing.
Yeah.
She can do what she wants. You're free.
Do you think, because we've learned with trauma, relationships sometimes don't last. And I've seen that with the kids that were murdered up here brutally years ago. The mother and father, I think, got a divorce. Do you think that Billy Joel and this man will stay together?
No.
Mm-hmm.
No.
It was never meant to be to begin with.
Why? Why you say that, Abby?
Probably sleeping up, trying to get ahead in life with her new ticket.
Yeah, because she came up quick, didn't she, from where her and Leilani were 2 years ago?
Yeah, she was at the fucking trailer park with her
yeah.
and Leilani. She had to lie to somebody to get ahead.
Yeah.
So, I mean, she's probably got this guy pussy whipped to a point. And
she did. She put on them fancy knee pads.
Right.
Yeah, they probably work in the same kind of industry. She met up with him. He's single, or got divorced, and she, did a Bob and
he's the one who will have money.
He's
the one who will have money. Not anymore.
Nope.
Cut that shit off right away. I don't want to be.
Barb, what are you talking about? I don't know what you're saying.
Out of here. Back to the trailer park.
I don't want to hear nothing about that bitch. What are you saying? He didn't know that a child was in there. Doesn't that make it worse? What are you talking about?
She's talking about Cher, Barb Murray. She's talking about Cher's.
Oh my God, TZ, your sick velvet rubbed on it.
Cher tried to make the crime less by saying he didn't know that a child was in there. That's right.
So who's she speaking of? The sheriff's dad, or what are we saying? I don't know what subject we're on.
Yeah, his father. Back in 1990, he was charged with
arson,
criminal negligence, causing death, 2 counts.
Okay.
And an arson. It's like a charge for actually setting paper on fire, which then in turn set the house on fire. And there was a second incident at a CIBC, a bank, a little before that. It was a slew of things.
Was somebody in the house, AB, when he set the house on fire?
Yes. So what had happened, there's a 12-year-old girl in the house who ended up dying. And
why is he setting
the 12-year-old's mother also died trying to rescue the 12-year-old.
Oh my God.
Okay, what I'm going to ask one more time. Why was he setting paper on fire?
Because he's a fucking pyro.
Mm-hmm. And how many years did he do?
Unknown.
Well, Barb, you like playing over there at that channel. Why don't you ask her? Queen can't tell you nothing about that heifer.
It made such an impact on the community. It made such an impact on the community in Surrey, BC.
Don't fool with Sharon. You know I don't fool with her. How the hell would I know anything about her or her stupid ass father? And I don't know why anybody would want to be bragging about that anyway. That's something I would be ashamed to even talk about.
And do you know what she was doing? Why it's such an issue to Barb is because initially she was bragging about it. She was bragging about it. Well, and this has all to do, it's all relevant because it's associated because she loves to buddy up with child killers.
Yeah, she does.
She loves to go to her
she's
way
really
and relate to them.
She's really a sad individual.
She really believes that she is one of them. It's like something to be, something
the
to
chosen one.
Yeah, in that regard.
She's gonna have a hard existence because many people are not getting ready to be ride or die with people that cater to this type of behavior. I mean, we've all met people that have done some heinous shit, but it comes a point when still you know that shit they're doing is wrong, and you're ride or die with them. Why? Psychologists say pyromania is sexual. It's something to do with the fire. So please, so I set the fire and I get off. I have an orgasm. Is that what you're saying?
Just some pyromaniacs.
Oh, I can't. I've never heard that before.
You read a lot of comic books. But that's true.
I have never heard that before in my life.
Everybody who not everybody.
No, but I'm saying I have never heard that with people who set fires that they would get off.
Oh yeah, you have, Ange, many times. And
no, I have not. No, I have not. I have never heard of anyone getting sexually aroused from setting a fire. No, I have not.
Oh, it excites the mind.
Yeah, I can see getting excited. I think I've heard of people saying it excites them, but not sexually.
Oh, yes, sexually, and it comes back to that same power, sexual power and sexual energy.
Well, the only time I get excited whenever I see a fire is whenever I'm doing a marshmallow. Marshmallow on fire.
Oh, fuck. I came.
I'm scared of fire. To this day, Queen, let me tell you something. To this day, I will not mess with a lighter or matches. I will use a pilot lighter, but you cannot get me to light
to the person. It's more personal and more sensual.
Why, Queen?
That's from childhood.
What'd you do when you was a kid, Queen? What'd you do?
I set my mother's bed or something on fire. That's why.
And you got your tail tore up.
Did you ever watch
I think I was playing with matches or something. And I vaguely remember because I was so small, but something caught on fire in the bedroom. And to this day, I will not scratch a match. I remember I did it once in high school because I was babysitting and the power went out and they had the candles and stuff sitting on the fireplace. And I was thinking, oh my God, why are you testing me like this? I don't want to have to touch some matches. And I had to strike it. It took everything out of me to light that thing. I will not. I won't even put my finger on a lighter from cigarette lighters. I'm scared to death of lighters and matches. I just don't want. I don't want to touch them. I don't want to touch them. Yeah, I won't touch them. It's a fear of fire. No, honey. I do have a fear of fire. Nah. Are you laughing at me, AB?
I fucking have a hard time believing that.
What? What do you mean, fire?
Yeah, like you don't even fucking touch matches
I will not touch a match. I will not touch a match.
You don't even light a
I will
candle?
not touch a lighter. I don't smoke. I don't smoke cigarettes, any type of smoking product. So I have no reason to fuck with a lighter. And if there were matches here and the power went out,
such a thing as like
they'll
an
sit
OCD
there.
person
I'm
who
not
doesn't fuck with
lighting.
lighters?
Listen, I'm not ever gonna light
reason
no
to.
match.
Girl, you tell me you don't even light a candle?
You didn't hear what I said.
How do you
I
do
said
that?
I have a pilot lighter.
Oh, okay.
That's safer.
How
I'm not
do
fucking
you
around with
reach
no
in?
matches.
How do you reach in with your pilot lighter?
Listen, crazy. The
Oh, is that
pilot
that
lighter
long
is
one like in the
long.
barbecue?
It's got a flick button that you just
Yeah.
flick it. The fire is nowhere near the button.
Barbecue lighter. They can
Yeah, like a
stick-
barbecue
Whatever,
lighter.
barbecue lighter. The point is, with a regular lighter,
That's
your
a lighter
finger,
then.
your finger sits close to where the
Oh,
flame is.
I don't fucking have
want my
no reason
hands.
for a lighter, but I
Listen.
use this lighter.
I don't want my fingers nowhere near the fucking flame. Did you not hear that part?
Yeah, I just heard you contradict yourself.
I didn't contradict myself. I said I don't want my finger nowhere near the flame.
I get it.
The pilot lighter, you're nowhere. Your finger's nowhere near the flame.
Queen, I've seen your nails. Like, how would you flick a Bic to begin with?
I don't have any nails. I don't have any nails on.
You don't have no nails?
No, you ain't been watching me then, because I haven't had nails on since spring.
Look, I could have. Well, I just assumed that it was.
No, I don't have any nails. I have my natural own nails. Listen, this AB likes to get difficult. Haven't y'all figured that out?
Well, I thought that was just a thing with most women.
No, but it's like anything. When you're involved in anything traumatic, it follows you even when you don't think about it. I knew when I grew up, I never wanted to be around matches. And it's probably because of whatever happened when I was a kid playing with matches. So when I grew up, as I got older, I just never messed with matches. I never messed with lighters. It's probably just subconscious.
Fire's pretty cool.
See what I'm now? See who's crazy.
I love watching a fire. Like,
I can watch a fire. I can watch a fire, but I'm not getting ready to go sit up there, go stick my hand all in there to prove my point.
Oh, we did. You get sticks from the bush and stick them in, and then you run away from the fire, and then you do like circles and all like designs.
yeah, you do like circles and spell your name.
Thanks, Barb.
Spell your name with it.
Light
Yeah.
them on fire and just throw them out into the lake.
That
was fucking great.
On this panel.
You're allowed to do that.
Oh yeah, so much fun. You spell your name real fast.
Yeah, spell your name real fast. Put it in the sand. Oh fuck.
Well, we know what to get you
Then
all.
you
Get you all some damn Bics for Christmas.
Pyros. Well, don't get me Bics. Get me those long lighters, those barbecue ones.
Yeah, we want the barbecue ones like
The ones that you call
I didn't get it from the Dollar Tree. That's where I get it from. Now everything's $1.25.
Wow.
And then you know what I hate? They don't last long either. Those things.
Well, look at the neck. Look at the size of neck it has to fill. You have to fill 2/3 of the actual tank to get in that neck. So you
because and I'll put it on high, and I tell myself you need to quit putting it on high because you know these things ain't gonna last, but not even 2 months. They probably last maybe 3 months. They don't last long. Hell, they come from China. Everything comes from China.
I can see Queen with this big long flame out of this thing. Like, I'm gonna light it.
Well, I don't start no mess. I ain't like nothing. I try my best not to mess with no. Oh my God! I'm not even talking about a tree. I caught a tree on fire. You know, one of those faux trees.
Oh,
my stupid ass put an incense down in the hay, walked off, and I smelled something. And I turned around. The flames just shot up from the bottom. So I thought I had time to go put some water in a bowl because you know they always tell you to start at the base of the fire. My big ass ran back in that damn living room. Whoosh, that whole thing with the whole corner was in flames. In my apartment.
God.
That was so scary. And you could hear the flames. I was like, oh my God, I'm going to burn this place down. So there I went, get the bowl. My mind said, hit the bottom, hit the bottom. I threw the water in the bottom, ran back, got more water, hit the bottom. Fire was out.
Oh my God.
But guess what? That tree was next to my blinds. You know, I had the glass door, the long blinds, and those things was just moving. That fire, oh my God. Stupid mistake, fooling with an incense.
Yeah, stupid mistakes. I've done them myself.
Yeah, and somebody would have told me, stupid, you don't put the fucking incense down in the hay. I wasn't thinking.
What?
Shut up, AB.
But she's got it right. Andrea's got it right. It is a philia. So back when you're talking about psychological definitions, especially in the 70s and 80s, when philia was being defined, etc., with many other ones, necrophilia, etc., pyrophilia is a thing as well.
I can't. I'm still, you know what's still strange to me even about these killings is that no, there was no sexual assault. Not that I think that he should have done that, but you know, usually when you hear these type of wicked crimes, you will hear that the woman was sexually abused.
Go back to the motivating factor behind the attack in the first place.
Yeah.
That's why, you know, I'm feeling the serial killer angle.
I thought about that too. You know who the first person came to mind was good old Theodore. I said, "Damn it, Theodore."
Yeah, and that's sort of, and the reason I'm putting
Pacific Northwest too, because you know the most killers come out of there. Florida,
the same sort of hate and anger Ted Bundy had is the same one I'm trying to describe in this scenario.
But he likes sleeping, but he liked having sex though with his victims though.
Oh yeah, I'm sure this killer likes to have sex as well, but this is more of a situation.
You know what? I just thought about something. When you two both said 30s, 40s, could it be our killer is that old and impotent?
Could be. And you know what? That Netflix thing came out, and maybe it triggered him, and he's off and running.
That knife is his penis in that regards.
Yeah, absolutely.
Say what, AB?
Yeah, the FBI have mentioned that all over the place in regards to this, in that the knife becoming his penis in these scenarios.
Okay, because when you start going with the age, as some men get older, even though 40 is nowhere near old, but
it actually doesn't go on age, Ange. But you're describing, that's a good point you brought up.
Yeah, because we're talking about a non-functioning
there's a psychological
guy.
definition for that, and I can't recall what it's termed.
Yeah, what we are talking about a non-functioning guy downtown. His stuff is not working well, and that would make me even more angry. I'm in here, I'm sexually aroused, I'm turned on by these girls because they were some pretty girls, and I ain't no hater. Those are beautiful girls, and I can't do nothing. What if I'm looking at them and want to do something I can't? And now I'm even more mad because I can't do nothing anyway with nobody.
Yeah, they have that same sexual energy, but he knows that he can't perform, so he takes it and uses the knife as in place of his penis, in other words.
And then you see some who on crimes where this is something that I found strange in a lot of crimes where the women were sexually assaulted and killed. They did ejaculate, but they would do it like on her leg or tummy or wherever on her body. So the first thing I would think of, well, why didn't you try to penetrate the victim? That's strange to me. Not to get too nasty in here, but I've heard of a lot of men who would ejaculate but not penetrate the victim. Why? Any thoughts, AB? You're a guy.
What's the question about ejaculating?
Oh God!
No, I'm serious.
In some crimes, when they do the DNA on the victim and they do the light and all that to see whatever was on them. Sometimes there was no penetration on the victim, vaginal or anal, but they ejaculated on
psychologically when the male or that individual, the perpetrator or the killer in that circumstance, is sexually excited to the point of ejaculation. That's been known to happen, and many people have talked about that.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned it.
That's not everybody.
Yeah,
it's just another.
Because I've seen that a lot where they didn't penetrate the victim, but the woman had semen on her body somewhere, or clothing, or leg, or something like that. You know what? Listen to this person. Can't get the little blue pill due to higher prescription costs. I'm dead.
Well, it depends on what gets you off at the end of the day.
That's true. That's true.
So it works in with that, but
will be interesting to see what
the gravity. It just in my mind.
Oh my gosh, Morris, that's not nice. I heard Dolly
killer.
That. You all please stop.
This person knew exactly what he was doing.
Okay. Green River Killer.
And he wanted to make an impact. He wanted to make people talk.
Well,
Sure.
hey, we're talking because I'm telling you, I was paranoid the other night. I was hearing stuff in here, and I'm looking at all the doors and windows, and I'm just like, man, I ain't got enough time to be sitting here watching all these damn doors and windows. This is too much for me. Because I swear I was lying at bed and I could have sworn I heard something. I was just like, Lord, what is it? Please, whatever it is, go away. And it's from watching all this stuff. It's from watching all this, talking about this stuff, making these videos, going in the queue. It's almost like I'm becoming obsessed with this stuff, just looking to see what's the latest. And I need to quit watching this stuff because it's bothering me. I don't like this type of stuff, especially with all those people in one house. That is very troublesome to me.
You need to get you a good security system.
Yeah.
And Christmas is coming up.
Yeah, because it's just, you just don't know people. And that's
we're gonna have a fundraiser for Big Ange.
Like, how random is it from their perspective? You know, that's what is boggling to me. It's a good reminder, and the older that you get, the more of reality that is.
Yeah, because we are carefree when we're young. We do stupid things. We don't pay attention to stuff. And I know that was been mentioned in the case. One guy, I was listening to some YouTuber. He was saying, I don't really like the way the police is talking about young people, how they're careless and doing stuff. Well, I mean, you can agree to disagree. But when you're younger, you don't think. You don't.
No, you don't think. You just go out, party, come home, pass out, get to lock the doors, whatever.
It's always going to be like that.
But you should know that our actions can determine if we live or not. It's not to say that the killer wasn't going to try us regardless, but you do need to be aware of your surroundings. I don't give a damn if you're sober or not, drunk or not. You got to be aware. Coming in late at night, parking on desolate streets. That's just common sense stuff.
And the thing about that road is it's a dead end road.
Oh, is it? Okay.
It is absolutely 100% a dead end road.
I haven't seen the whole. I have to get the address and then go on to Google Maps, because that's the one thing I haven't seen is the whole street, the streets that lead up to the house. I've just seen the view that they're showing from the front and the back. I need to see the whole peripheral.
Yeah, it's off of Main Street, and you have to go. It's like off of Main Street, and I would say 2 blocks in, you turn to the left, and it's down a one way. You know, a dead end.
Barb
I'm sorry.
He was getting in no matter what. Well, I think we know that now, Barb.
So I think he had to know that area because it's a, you know.
Well, everybody says that about a dead end. You went there some kind of way, either by accident or on purpose, with a dead end.
Right.
You were looking for something, you made the wrong turn, or you were on that street taking care of business or visiting somebody. So that's the one thing about dead ends. That's the truth.
And
something
also,
got you there.
And whenever you get on Google Maps, too, you can also see that there is a sidewalk that leads from the fraternity house, where it's across the road.
Yeah.
From the fraternity house, there's a concrete pathway that goes up to the steps to the road that the girls' house is on, that will take you right to the front door of their house.
What do you think their friends are thinking now? Man, that's deep.
Yeah, I don't.
Think about the kids who've been in that house. Imagine that. Imagine friends that used to spend the night. Oh my God. Y'all didn't think about that, did you?
I wonder how long that's been.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Because what if these girls used to entertain different friends over? Oh my goodness. Imagine if there were 3 or 4 more girls sleeping in the same bed or on the floor. Oh Lord.
So that's Queen. That's why I said I think that
that's why I said I need a shot
that particular night, because of its proximity to Thanksgiving break and the fact that it's going to be a lot busier around the town for people getting their party in before they go back for the holidays.
Yeah.
If it's like everywhere else. And it gives him that much more cover to get away in the long run, because there's a lot more people than usual. Parents coming in to pick their kids up, kids leaving.
But Barb says it's quite busy, the area. But would a dead end be busy, Barb? There's a difference between the street and the general area. Well,
there's just a lot of apartment student housing.
That's right what I was thinking. Yeah.
And you can park like if he would even drive, he could park and just fit in with the other cars,
Yeah, I understand.
If
Well,
I
you could
lived
fit
in
in
that
with
area,
that
I would
complex. It's just
canvas
up the
and ask.
hill. You literally could just park your car up there where that apartment complex sits right there above the house, and then just scoot your ass on down and jump on down there into the dirt. They meets
Everybody in
the house.
Moscow, Idaho needs to look at their surveillance footage and see any single males walking at late, at
Late
any
night, yeah,
point
yeah.
that fucking day.
That
Like, they could be
neighbor's
hiding
listen,
in a bush for an hour later. Who knows?
Listen, that neighbor's doorbell cam is gonna tell it all, because there's no way they ain't caught a glimpse of that motherfucker going up the street or down it, either by foot or by car or bicycle.
Yeah,
he's
Well,
seen.
why isn't that fucking
He's
picture out
seen.
yet?
I don't know. I don't think they want to release nothing, AB.
If there's a reason for it, I want to know why that.
Because that's why they know. That's why they know what time the girls got home. It's from the doorbell camera.
I think they probably know. They're just not releasing anything yet.
Because if you got them, you got that dude. Because some kind of way he's made it on that property. Either he parked his car up there at that apartment and walked down, or he walked over and went around some kind of way and maneuvered around the back or something. But he's got to be seen coming some kind of way.
I would think if you put a profile out, you'd have a stronger possibility of nabbing the person.
Okay, so you think they should release that then?
If they think that's too big of a risk, in this scenario, I would understand.
Well, listen, the news people I was watching, it was either on Nancy Grace or News Nation. They said they are shocked that they mentioned the type of knife, that they shouldn't have mentioned that.
Yeah, I found that weird as well. Like, I mean, I found that really weird that they kept comparing it to this big Rambo knife. I'm like, isn't that a Bowie knife? Isn't that a military style Bowie knife?
Some guy last night said, I don't know which knife. He said, what's the difference between a Rambo knife and another knife?
It to something stupid, something it's not.
Yeah, because guess what? He's watching everything that's going on. He's probably on YouTube, Facebook, because this is what they do. I don't have the knife now. He's gotten rid of it. And if it's a favorite, he's hid it somewhere.
Yeah, he'll put that one up on display.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, he'll keep it, I think.
Well, I'm thinking he might keep it, but he might hide it until he thinks he's safe that he can carry it. You understand what I'm saying? Until I know for sure these folks ain't following me and got a lead on me, I'll go hide it somewhere.
I honestly think the police have more information. They're just not releasing it yet. Just like with that Delphi case. For 5 years, no one knew that they found an undischarged
thing that you can put out into the public eye is not, well, other than just straight video evidence, is even a profile. If you can give people a profile in like a 30-second clip, people will identify it. People love to figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Let's go here with Barb. One knife or two or three? Did one break off of the victim? That has happened.
Mm-hmm. Well, since they said something about not that particular type of knife, I'm thinking one knife, maybe. I bet.
Well, that means that's a mean brother. That's a mean ass knife. Did he cut himself, AB?
No. Probably not. I guess it's possible, but probably not.
Did he cut himself?
And I think that's because
that's something I want to play too from News Nation, is that area hospitals need to be looking out for anybody that's got any type of cuts on their hands. Because what if he did cut himself? He didn't go protected. He's cut himself. He needs to get care.
In order to penetrate that cavity, your chest cavity, like he did, you're not going to even do that with the sharpest knife that you can.
Why do you keep saying it? Who the hell told you somebody got stabbed like that?
Oh, well, where are you going to go? We could stab them in the fucking leg. These people died.
I'm sorry.
They're dead.
It's just the way you said it. It's just so.
In order to penetrate the rib cage, it takes
you gotta get fucking
quite a
vital
bit of
organs.
But it takes a certain amount of energy and
my
force
head hurts.
that you they make a little guide for it at the end of your handle on your weapons, so your hand doesn't slide up and cut yourself.
That's fun. It's saying knife had guard for slipping.
Yeah,
it's a guard.
Wow, that's sick. See, the more we talk, the worse it's getting.
But they don't put guards on kitchen knives, so that would have signaled to the law enforcement, like this was. There's so many, there's so much done. It's very. You would have seen it by the thick square angle at the back. That would have stood out to them.
Absolutely.
Well, I was trying to play this video earlier just now, but they're wrapping up. You hear what I'm saying? They're wrapping up at the house. The house is about to be released, I guess, to the owner and the family members so they can get their kids' things out of there. Man, it's going to be really hard to go in there and get those kids' stuff out of there. Golly.
That'll be hard.
Andrea says they definitely have a profile. AB, you believe they have a profile?
Oh, absolutely. They've had a profile right away.
Oh, yeah, I do. And I think
because they said they don't.
Well, they don't have a public profile that they want to be on record stating, but they've got a working profile that they all have behind the scenes that they don't share, right?
Yeah, because if you already came out with targeted day one, that would lead me to think.
Yeah, but the public doesn't know. Like when an FBI agent says keep your mind open to another FBI agent, that means something to them. Not necessarily, it'll mean something different to the public. It's just something that they wouldn't say right away, because it might compromise their other investigations. Because they need to make it look like they're not hot on his tail.
I thought about that too. That somebody used something to subdue them. Perhaps I thought about that if it was a woman, she might have had a stun gun and stunned the guy. If I wanted to believe it was a woman killer. Do you all think they use other weapons such as baton or bat or are we going to find out they were beat also?
No.
No, I think it was
just a knife. Wow.
These are it's almost like a combat style simulator in the sense of the crime scene in the time frame.
I don't know how they rule that out. How do y'all feel about that dog being skinned?
Yeah, that's they've got a really bizarre dude that lives around there.
You don't say. How do you skin a fucking dog right there at the house? Because the way the person was describing it, it was like they did it there. They didn't go take the dog and then throw the dog back.
I'm going to tell you one thing. Let me tell you the same. Here's the thing that stands out to me. It would be the same sort of knife you would skin a deer.
Yeah.
You would call your Rambo knife, your Bowie knife.
Oh, okay.
With the same instrument is the murder weapon is that they're looking for. Okay.
And that's what
I'm assuming would be the same knife that they used to skin the dog. All right.
Yeah.
So
and for some reason,
that's another common thing. So whoever is quite skilled, is probably hunters, quite skilled in skinning animals. Apparently,
somebody say that they do it all the time. They do it in no time. That's a good point. More 17. If you've been doing it, it didn't take long to skin it. Because that's the first thing I thought when they made it seem like they did it right there. I thought, how the fuck could you stand somewhere and skin a dog in the wide open?
Easy. It just takes you about fucking 5 seconds, like a rabbit. It's just a small dog.
Yeah,
like,
but you have to know how to do it. I don't know how to skin a dog.
That's why I'm saying a hunter, because hunters can skin a deer.
You would skin anything else.
You can
you skin the dog the same way that you skin anything else.
If I know how, I don't know how.
You slit their belly. Usually start their assholes anytime.
You know what?
That's why I think he's a hunter, because he, step
on their paws.
Are they related? Well,
the thing is, it's hard not to imagine until you have some more evidence. You can't conclusively.
But that's what some of the news reporters are saying. How can you tell us that this dog is not related to this right here?
Well, they word it in a way to say that we have no evidence suggesting such. We can't tell you.
How you gonna have evidence? You don't know what you got here. Possibly, you don't
exactly.
You got nothing on this one.
I say all that too, but you know what they say. They got men to pay.
If you don't have a suspect or a profile, you can't say that dog ain't related to this.
Exactly. You can't say it's not. But they
this
can't say
motherfucker might just be walking by. He's just into all kind of stuff. He might be into fires. He might be into skinning dogs and cats. He might be into standing in windows. He might be into all kind of stuff. Because like they say, all this is a gradual process.
That's what I think. Who takes somebody's pet, an old woman's pet,
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
and goes
deep.
and takes it. Do you know how vicious and angry of a mother?
That's what I'm trying to say. Just as vicious as you would
that
when
old
you
lady's
stab those
dog
kids.
and
The same as
fillet
those
it like he
kids.
was going to eat it.
That's what I'm saying. And you didn't take the dog somewhere private and skin it.
No,
They're making it seem like he
did it
skinned
right
it
there in the
right
fucking
there.
field and left it there.
That's what I'm saying.
So where is that pelt? She doesn't have the pelt. So he's kept the keepsake pelt. So
Okay.
everything in my mind says serial killer. I don't have to ask a cop for him to deny it. Fuck, cops say that all the time. And
The dog was skinned, but they're just saying it has nothing to do with this case.
The cops are full of shit in that regards. They can't say it's not. But
a real dog got assaulted. It's just not. They're just saying it don't have that, to their knowledge, it don't have nothing to do with this. But my thing is, if you don't got nothing on this, how can you say?
From an aspect of criminal psychology, you would think,
okay,
that just for a second, let's brainstorm. Let's pretend. Let's look at the commonalities of, you know what I mean?
Well, that all starts is abuse with animals. When we find the killer, we're gonna find out he was fucking with animals too as a kid.
Yep.
He probably doing all kind of stuff. He probably drank drugs. He probably was an alcoholic.
Same sort of anger. That same sort of anger.
Alcoholic. We're gonna find out he was sexually abused. He don't like his mama. Okay. Played with fire, beat up animals, swung them around.
Pretty much guarantee you the odds would be probably minus 250 if you had to bet. If this guy had a hatred towards women. All of that.
Absolutely. It's all of that. It's all of that. All that. Fire, animals, hatred. He was awkward. A loner. Are we going to find out he was like Theodore? He was bubbly and could talk to people, was a sociopath.
Yeah, I think he's probably he's intelligent enough to keep a distance. I'm getting, in my mind, I picture in this circumstance,
when they say the car's
a paramilitary individual.
I'll say what?
I think he's probably a somewhat of a
Barb, please.
Prepper.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Up there in Idaho, out in the fuck nowhere.
Yeah, because you got to think about the location and the state.
Well, let's talk about this. Since somebody asked this question to this to the police representative that speaks for everybody, that black guy from Fox said,
this dude is probably the type of person who keeps like a hole in the ground with a fucking lock. Lock.
Yeah, he's got
in the middle of fucking nowhere. Do you know how you see those articles where people are finding those now? I'm like, how many fucking those are out there?
Yeah. Well, the Fox commentator asked the police spokesman, do you think that that the community is at risk or not? And he said, well, we backed out of that. We can't really say that it's not, because naturally the perpetrator hasn't been apprehended. Hell yeah, we at risk. He done killed 4 people. You think he ain't sitting around wondering who the hell he can get to next? You ain't getting ready to stop after 4? Ain't no way I believe that. I don't give a what the reason was killing those kids.
What's his next going? Like,
that's what I'm saying.
In my mind,
and that's even scarier.
The mana from this little escapade, and he's going to be riding high until this case starts to quell down in the media. Then you're going to see another big fucking one, an even bigger one, or one just as similar.
There's no way I'm going to sit here and think he is not planning his next, because he is feeling really good now.
Yeah, he's feeling pretty good. Maybe this is a bit much.
3 weeks in.
Fucking ton. I could see him not expecting to go in there killing 4, but doing it anyway.
I'll say it again.
I could, in the long run, if they catch him, I could see him not actually planning to kill all 4 people, but maybe seeing it to being more of a necessity out of anything.
Oh, you mean before he went in the house?
Yeah.
So let's go then. So think about what you're saying.
Possibly.
So that means I had a target and not all 4.
Yeah. And he maybe perhaps got the wrong bedroom or had to enter through one. Maybe, I don't know. I'm just brainstorming too far. I'm just saying it's a possibility.
Because that's what I've been wanting to know. Naturally, I'm not going to know because I don't know who the killer is. But I'm wondering if indeed it was just the one I wanted. But if I was watching, I had to have known that all these people stayed in the house. So I had to have known I was going to have to knock them all off. There's just no way I would not know that if I'm watching a house.
Well, in order to get down to the bedroom, he would have had to pass something. I don't know. I'm just brainstorming.
Pass what?
Maybe in order to get out. Maybe he probably had a little time frame in his mind. He's going to go in and see how much he could do in a certain amount of time frame and get the fuck out. Go.
Well, the boyfriend spent the night, so he may not even thought he was going to be there.
Okay, somebody said they probably didn't want to panic anyone with the dog connection. Interesting. What do y'all think about that?
That's a good point.
That's good.
Because I don't want to tell you anything anyway.
The individual that did this is
talking.
calculated enough to recognize where even things in such a situation are so seemingly out of control, he can still keep it in control and still make good decisions in a high stress situation.
Barb said one target, but perpetrator was in the inner circle. Barb, who you trying to say killed the kids, honey? Are you just talking down in that chat? Who?
Yeah, I'm gonna drop down. Maybe she can come up. Come up there, Barb. Come up here, Barb.
Barb been down there chatting like she in this living room.
Barb, I gotta get down too. I gotta get down too, Queen.
But do not bring a lighter up here, Barb. Queen, yeah,
don't bring that up.
Y'all are evil. Y'all are evil.
All right.
Bye, Queen. I love you guys.
Love you too, honey. Thank you all. That was AB. Everybody, check out his content.
All right, I'll see you.
I'm getting off here. I'm 4 hours in. Jesus, well, I can't. Friend of a friend. So you think it's a friend of a friend? Barb, did you want to come up here right quick so I can leave out of here? I'm 4 hours in. I didn't even get to finish playing the content I wanted to play. I had so much on my list. So many videos, audio to play. Golly. Let's see. Former FBI investigator predicts Idaho murder case will take a while. Let's see what he has to say.
I haven't earned the ability to.
Thanks, sweet tea.
To grieve the way that
you at work. You working where, Barb?
Have justice first.
That was the heartbroken father of a University of Idaho student, one of 4 murdered in their sleep earlier this month. Police now getting ready to release the crime scene once investigators finish examining the site and collecting any evidence. Joining us now, former FBI investigator Bill Daly. Just absolutely heartbreaking, Bill, to hear from that father there who, not only lost his child, but still has no answers and no suspect in custody. How are we here this far out from when this happened?
Well, Sandra, first of all, this is a very complex scene. In other words, what I'm saying here is that it's not something where it's a single family home where you have a couple of, you have a pet and a couple of people living there. This is one that has had multiple people visiting and multiple tenants. Who knows the last time it was cleaned? You have hairs, fibers, fingerprints, maybe other DNA that's around. And for police and forensic experts to sort through this, it takes a while. So this investigative onion, if you will, is taking a while to reveal itself. At the same time, there's no individual suspect that's kind of jumped out either by past behaviors, comments, threats, or what have you, that they kind of be able to kind of focus in on. It appears as though it's someone further back around the orbit of one or several of these people who may be responsible for
So I was hoping to learn something here when they say they're close to releasing the crime scene. Does that mean that they're close to turning over that house to its owner, assuming the kids were renting from a landlord there, that's it? People come in and clean and this is done? The search inside that house is done?
Yeah, that's basically it. I mean, there could be a reason why, if there's a prosecution moves forward, they need to go back and either take photos or do something else in the home.
Because the cars are still parked outside of the students who were killed.
So what it means, Sandra, is at this point, what they've done is they've contained the crime scene, they preserved it as best they can. Yeah. And now they're ready to say, we've collected all the evidence we feel as though we can collect here, and now turn it over to the owners to clean up and put it back into shape.
Correct me if I'm wrong, with the slow release of information from the authorities, which could be a strategy, right, on their part, to protect what they know, to not let on to the suspect that they know the information they have. But there's a lot of rumors out there and a lot of room for speculation. And now these rumors have been debunked by the police there in Idaho, including that red Mustang that was near the scene. They say that was not involved. There was a February overdose death in town. Mm-hmm. They're saying that was not related. This case, they are saying, is not linked to any other murders. Mm-hmm. That is interesting to me that they can rule that out without having the suspect in custody. But you tell us in a second. The victims were not tied or gagged, and the dog skin nearby, which we all knew that story initially, is not connected to this. Mm-hmm. So tell me your thoughts based on those debunked rumors.
Well, first of all, a lot of those rumors are ones that just been kind of created and floating around. They've never come from some authoritative body. The other crimes that were committed, the ones in Washington and Oregon, they've ruled those out because they've probably looked at the forensic evidence. They've combed through it and they've kind of said, no, this does not match the profile. At the same time, to a profile, the FBI does have their profilers and their behavioral analysis people involved in this case. So they too have been able to kind of weigh in on what things get ruled in and ruled out. But it is something at this point that is not something that's, we can tell right now, is solved in a 60-minute melodrama television production. This will take a while. The crime scene was probably very complicated, as I mentioned before, about other factors of people being in the home previously, as well as mixture of DNA and separating those.
I've got to leave it there. Are you confident that they'll find the suspect?
I am.
Okay.
I am.
All right, Bill, good to have you on set here today. Thank you very much.
All right, everybody. Fox News is the source. That was some good information from this former FBI investigator. Have a lot of former FBI agents talking on news broadcasts pertaining to this case. With all the traffic going in and out of these children's house, I call them children because I'm old enough to be their mother, no disrespect to them. But these kids obviously had friends over, lovers, different people. Where do you start in gathering evidence? Did they vacuum the floors? That is something that crossed my mind yesterday. Did law enforcement vacuum the floors, whether they had hardwood floors or tile or not? Vacuuming would have been a very good idea. That way you could pick up things such as lint off clothing. Did the perpetrator shed anything off his clothes? Does he own a pet? Did he shed any hair? Does he have thinning hair? Because naturally, if you have thinning hair, you're going to shed hair wherever you are, wherever you're sitting. If the victims fought back, what they grabbed onto the perpetrator, his clothing, his hair. Does he have long hair, shoulder length hair, short hair? Scratched his face. Is there DNA under the people who fought back from the perpetrator? So many questions. I thank my guests for coming because it's good to brainstorm, not to speculate or disrespect the victims, but you are curious because this is not just one person found dead in a house. You're talking about 4 people, 4 separate lives, 4 families now traumatized by these events. Neighbors shaken, students shaken, because what people have to understand is that nobody knows who the killer is but the killer and the people who saw them who are now dead. So therefore, you don't know who you're talking to. You don't know if you're talking to the killer, working with the killer. The killer is somebody's father, brother. What? If he had a co-conspirator. On this panel, you heard different theories pertaining to race. Most of you do believe Caucasian, young, middle-aged, virile. He climbed over balconies, up pillars, frustrated, angry, mad. No sexual assault, which is kind of odd because a lot of these cases you do hear of sexual assault against the female victims. So one would wonder if he's older, if he's impotent, can't perform. Or somebody mad, angry at one of the girls for not showing him attention, rebuffed him, wanted a date, flirted. Was it a fling that didn't go anywhere? Ex-boyfriend, ex-girlfriend. Could one of the girls have a girl lover? So you never know how these things can turn out because we don't know who the suspect is. Do they have a suspect in mind, plural? Do they have a profile of the perpetrator? Is the perpetrator young or middle-aged? Live in the neighborhood, live in an apartment complex nearby, fraternity house, on the property of the university, staff member from the university. What are we talking about? Does the killer live in walking distance of this house? You hear that this house is about to be released soon. The owner's probably wanting to, hate to say this, rent it out. But who's going to rent that house? That's probably my next live because this is a business no matter what. And no matter where a person is murdered, be it apartment complex or house, the person who owns it already knows it's going to be hard trying to rent out the space. And who's going to be the one to want to live there? They probably won't get that place rented no time soon, but naturally, they're going to want to get it cleaned out because it probably does not smell very good right now due to the fact of what was left behind outside blood. You've seen pictures of that here on YouTube. That's probably how long they lied in the room. The blood seeped through the floor to the outside. It's vicious. Where is our killer? Does the killer live in Moscow outside, visiting, traveler, transient? 1 weapon. 2, tall, short, 5'8", 5'10", 5'11", 6 feet, 6'2". What are we talking about? Did he cut himself? Has he done this crime before? Plural. Or did he just get crunk on this fateful morning? Did he talk to the victims? I bet some of you never thought about that. Did our perpetrator talk to the victims while brutalizing them? Did he tell them why he was there? Because some people do talk to the victims before killing them. Will he tell someone what he has done? Has he hinted around what he has done? Did he leave behind any DNA as far as sweat, blood, fecal matter, urine? Did he use the bathroom while he was there? Smoke a cigarette while he was there? Did he lie in wait outside and smoke a cigarette? Many perpetrators smoke. They will smoke a cigarette while watching, stalking their victims. How did he get in? Did he use that ladder that was there, or that ladder was brought afterwards? Climbed up to the second floor. How did he get in? Window open, door unlocked. Did somebody carelessly leave a door unlocked? Does he live on his own? Does he work? Does he have a job? See, we didn't touch on that. Is our perpetrator employed? Does he have animals? Is he a loner? Is he a parent? Is he dating someone, living with someone, dating a girl, got a wife? Stay woke. And how miserable he must be to have exacted this crime with no remorse, no care in the world. So we have to ask ourselves, has he committed this crime, this type of crime before? Is this his first rodeo? Are there more victims out there? Is this the start of a serial killer? Who is the killer? Where is he? Will he resurface? How scared the children from the university must be. The townspeople. I'm going to play you something else pertaining to in surge of phone calls. For those who have not heard, they've got many phone calls. People are scared. Thank you, Kristen. Thank you so much, sweetheart, for the donation. God bless you, sweetie. Thank you so much. This is a scary story because you don't even know what in God's name we're dealing with. We have no idea who this person is. And people in the town are frightful. Classes have resumed, but how many will return next semester? Will children transfer out of there? How does this affect the economy there in the town? Because a lot of these children, I'm sure, work in the town, retail. Imagine that. And someone owns this house. How are they going to now rent this house out? It would be difficult. Let's play a little more information. Brian Hinton answers viewers' questions. Thank you so much.
From viewers who want to know what happened that terrible night in Idaho when 4 college kids were stabbed to death as they slept. And how is it that 2 weeks later, police seem to be so stumped? Here again to field some of those questions is my News Nation colleague, Brian Enton. And Brian, I want to start, if I can, with Cassandra, who asks on Twitter, has the investigation checked all of the ERs and the urgent care centers for a suspect looking for possible treatment? Also, check local pharmacies for someone buying items to cover their wounds. It's a good question.
It is a good question. I would imagine so. You know, that's something that several students brought up to me on campus today. We were talking about who the killer could possibly be, and they asked me, could this person be injured? Could they be laying low somewhere? I mean, we know this was a brutal killing, stabbing of 4 people, that some of those victims may have fought back. So it's certainly something very, very possible. It's a good question.
So Lindsay on Twitter asks this question, Brian, can law enforcement say publicly that there are no suspects when in fact there really are, as a way to fool any persons of interest or suspects?
They could, and you might be able to answer this better than me, Ashley. They could. It could be an investigative tactic. I'm sure they know things that they're not telling us. Would they actually hold back something huge at the risk of really upsetting this community that is so on edge right now? I find that sort of unlikely.
Yeah, it's a really interesting prospect and a great question from Lindsay. And the truth is, police can lie. They are allowed to lie. When they're interrogating someone, they can say, your sister just told us in the other room, you're the killer. And that could be a complete lie, and it's allowed. But then releasing to the public, nothing to see here, you're all fine, everything's okay, when in fact it's not true. That's not something that they're prone to do. If there's a risk to the public, they will tell the public. Otherwise, it can be a calamitous result. Welcome back. I'm still with Brian Enton. And Brian, this viewer question caught our eye. Angela wants to know about the frat party that Ethan and Xana attended on the night of their deaths. Have a listen.
Hi, Brian. I'm Angela, and I am from Chicago. So my question is, why were the police called to the party that Ethan and Xana were at? Do you think that this has anything to do with the crime? And if so, what? Do you think that maybe they got into a fight or that somebody was mad at them? Does anybody have any more information on this?
All right. Thank you, Angela. Appreciate that. Brian, I actually didn't know that the police had been called to that frat party. Do we know anything more about it?
We don't know much. We don't know any of the details. We know that there are reports that the police were at the frat party. It really could have been anything. It may have had nothing to do with them, with the 2 victims. It could have been something totally unrelated. I will tell you this, though, going to the fraternities and sororities today, trying to get them to talk, it's not easy right now. They've been told not to talk to the media and only to talk to the police.
Not surprised. I've got 40 seconds left. Megan on Twitter asks, question for you, Brian. Do you intend to request interviews with the local, state, or federal PIOs while you're there? With the journalistic respect you come to earn, I think you would get more out of them.
Yes, we're trying. We've got some interviews set up for tomorrow. We're hoping to get new details that will really push this entire investigation ahead tomorrow. So you have to stay tuned. We'll have it tomorrow night for you, Ashley.
I knew you would have that the minute you got there. We're looking forward to that. Brian Enton, great work. Thank you for that tonight. We look forward to doing more of this tomorrow as well. And thank you all as well. I want to just let you know that Chris Cuomo is coming up next. Thank you for watching. Go to News Nation.
News Nation is the source. Very interesting information. The person obviously was thinking they have suspects, but police won't tell us. Well, we don't know if they have a suspect or not, Miss Lady, who was asking Brian these questions. And actually, they don't have to tell us what they have and don't have. That's law enforcement. Yes, they can lie, which I think is still a dangerous thing to lie on someone and say, oh, yes, she said this about you. You killed this person or didn't. Because what if a person walks? Then they'll go out here and kill you, even though you didn't ever say anything. And the police said that you did in interrogation. That's not good. That's not good at all. A lot of information I brought you during this live, 4 hours in. Clearing the house out. When will they be done? A lot of calls have come into Moscow Police Department due to these murders. News Nation is the source for this information. 911 calls surge in Moscow, Idaho. There must be a lot of afraid people there.
Said they've received 78 unusual circumstances calls and 36 welfare checks requests between November 13th, the day of the attack, and yesterday. For context, this is up from all the calls and checks for the entire month of October, quite significantly. Police also sounding the alarm on a trend in which the callers are notifying their friends or family before phoning officers to respond. The Moscow Police Department put out a statement saying in part, quote, "We understand there's a sense of fear within our community. For life safety and emergencies, we want to remind our community to call 911 before notifying family or friends." And now 2 local locksmiths saying they've been getting 50 calls per day of people wanting new deadbolts installed in their homes.
It's just an eerie feeling. Moscow just doesn't feel the same right now.
Just feel better till they have somebody apprehended.
Moscow had not recorded a murder in 7 years until at least 4 students, Madison Mogan, Kaylee Gonzalez, Xana Kernodle, who have all lived at the off-campus house, and the 4th student, Ethan Chapin, who was there visiting his girlfriend,
Hey, Marge.
were brutally murdered.
We know that the autopsies confirmed the identity of the 4 victims, determined the cause and manner of death as homicide by stabbing, and determined that it was likely all 4 victims were asleep during the attack. Some of the victims had defensive wounds, and each victim was stabbed multiple times.
The victims were murdered on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the home. 2 roommates in the house unharmed, sleeping in the basement. The roommates called friends before calling 911 that morning. Didn't call police until just before noon. The police have said they're not suspects. More than 100 agents are on the case, including the FBI and the Bureau's Behavioral Analysis Unit. They say they processed more than 1,000 tips. Currently, the FBI is reviewing nearly 500 submissions to a website created for community members to send their photos or video that might be relevant to the investigation. Of course, this is a video of 2 of the victims, Kaylee and Madison, just hours before they were murdered, ordering from a food truck before receiving a ride home. That driver also ruled out as a suspect. Many, including Kaylee's father, not satisfied with what they're hearing. Here's what he told Fox News yesterday.
It was Wednesday, 5 p.m. was the last time that they reached out to me. So, yeah, that's rough.
So what are they telling you?
They're kind of just telling me that they can't tell me much, which is frustrating to me because I've been very trustworthy. I do know things. I haven't shared things.
Today, University of Idaho students returned to the classroom from Thanksgiving break. Those who fear for their safety allowed to finish the semester remotely. Joining me now, News Nation host Ashley Banfield, who, as I've said before, is also one of the best crime reporters in the country. Ashley, thanks for coming back on the show. Appreciate it. It seems like they're able to rule a number of things out so far. That's what we've been hearing a lot about, is what they think this crime is not.
Yeah, and I keep waiting for what are you going to rule in, because that's what we do for a living. So a couple things that were happening today that I thought were interesting, Dan, and that was that we're at day 15, I think now. It's 2 weeks ago yesterday that this crime happened, and just tonight they're going through the vehicles again. We've got a reporter on the scene who said one of the agents on scene went inside the house, got some keys, came out and opened up, I think it was the white Chevy that's been sitting outside. And definitely they looked through the Range Rover as well. That one belonged to Kaylee. And so it's just very curious that 2 weeks out, those cars have not moved, and they are looking through those cars just in the last couple of hours. That's interesting. Then also what I thought was very interesting, Dan, they have solicited video and digital evidence from anybody and everybody who can send it in. I think it's yielding some clues because they changed the timeline tonight. They originally had said that Kaylee and Maddie got home at 1:45 in the morning after the food truck. Not anymore. They're now saying it's actually 1:56 a.m., 11 minutes later. So that's also a very curious piece of evidence that came in from the digital collection and the triangulating of whatever digital evidence they received. So those are 2 really interesting new pieces in what is obviously a crime that is going to require thousands and thousands of pieces of evidence to be analyzed.
That's a really interesting detail that I hadn't even noted the difference in the timeline. And thank you for watching. Go to News Nation now.
I don't know why they cut that off like they did. News Nation is the source. Let's chop this up, and I'm going to head out of here because I'm already under 5 hours. Sorry the live is so long. 78 calls to the police department. 36 welfare calls. The locksmith has gotten 50 calls a day for dead boats. Some of the victims fought back and had several stab wounds. 2 girls that lived in the basement were unharmed. Did the killer know that there was a basement? And that's why they didn't harm them, because they didn't know that they didn't care. Which is it? Very interesting information. The father says he last talked to Kaylee at about 5 a.m. That was the last call to the dad. He says he knows things. What does he know? Sir, what are you not telling us about this case? Do you have an idea of who the suspect is and you just don't want to say it as not to rock the boat and fear for your own safety? Person may go underground. The students at this University of Idaho can now go to class through remote learning if they choose to. How many kids will drop out of this school and go elsewhere? Transfer out, or maybe return another year? I'd like to know how many kids are not returning. They mentioned Kaylee's Range Rover, that they're just now starting to go into that car. This is a day ago. Why this late in the game? You also heard in an earlier commentary that they're clearing out the crime scene, so they should be wrapping up here shortly. Possibly, who knows, maybe this week. So it's still early on in this week. We're now approaching day 3 of the week, Wednesday. Why were those cars not moved early on? 3 weeks is a long time to let the car sit at the same location. 1:56 a.m. is now the new time that the girls were last seen, I guess, coming into the house. And I won't doubt that that's from a doorbell camera, because that has been mentioned in commentary I've brought you before. 1,000+ pieces or more of evidence to go through. What is it? Hair, fluids from the victims. What do they have? Hair follicles from the victims? Perpetrator, as someone in the chat said, was the perpetrator bald? I don't know. What was he wearing? Layered clothes? What? A lot of interesting information. A lot of interesting information. Who is our perpetrator? What is the motive? Is it a student, random person, somebody who's seen the kids in the neighborhood, on campus, somebody upset at their disposition? Did they not treat somebody well? Say something out of the way. But why all of the people in the house? This shows that the person had the intent to kill whomever. Because really, what motive do you have to kill everybody in the house if indeed you had a problem with just one person? You want me to believe they had a problem with all 4. They knew that all 4 were going to be there. That kind of makes you wonder if it is personal and it's somebody that knows them and they knew that all 4 were going to be there. Because what is the purpose of killing all these people if you only had beef with one person, one chick? What's the purpose? Killing everybody on sight. Angry, mad. It's just the work of a serial killer. The beginning of a serial killer out there in the Pacific Northwest. Most of you know who follow true crime. It is a mecca of serial killers. Many have come from the Pacific Northwest and the Midwest and also Florida. Let's keep it real. We've had a few serial killers come from Florida, the Midwest, and specifically the Pacific Northwest. Why is that? People are scared. Community members, students. Their economy is going to be affected because I'm sure most of the young people make up the retail and restaurant work there. And if you get some of these kids deciding not to return, that's going to be a problem. Thank you, Tracy. You all are welcome. Thank you all so much for joining me. Sorry I played that last, but when the guests came up, those were videos I wanted to have played earlier, but I knew it would get winded once I let people come up on the live stream, and I was trying to interject in between the live stream content plus let people talk. But this was a two-part lie pertaining to Quinton Simon. His obituary has been released to the public, and new information coming in pertaining to the kids at the university. The father speaking, the sister has spoken. Kaylee's sister has spoken during this live information I brought to you. I let the guests come up and give their rendition of what they think happened, perpetrator, how many there are, race, so on and so forth. You're entitled to your opinion. This is a commentary channel. Nothing that has been said during this live stream is of factual information as far as a suspect or a motive. I don't know, and I have not rendered a motive nor a suspect because, as I've said before, there are too many moving parts for me to even think of naming someone. I don't know the children. Nothing has been released pertaining to the kids, so I can't form an opinion about who did this and why. This is not like your typical case where a child went missing, was found dead. The parent was the last person having custody of the child. It would be a little easier to assume, okay, it must be the parent. In this case, you're talking about different people living in a house, doing different things, coming in at different times, coming in contact with different people, being also a college student. There's just too many angles you can spin as far as a perpetrator. Prayers to the families, to the university, to the students, to the neighborhood, to the community, because everyone needs answers, especially the family. I do believe they're going to release this house soon. The agents are wrapping up their investigation, police. And eventually those cars, I think some of them have been removed as of today. And they will be returned to the family members. And then the house, the parents will come and get the children's things. And then that will be the end of the living quarters at this house. I'm wondering if the remaining roommates are still living there or they have left. Naturally, this will be a very scary place to stay. And how could you stay in a house with people running in and out, doing forensic work, taking pictures? The smell of blood there. It's not a place they would want to be. And I'm also curious to who's going to move in there thereafter, because who would want to move in a place where people were viciously killed? And the first thing you would think about if a suspect isn't apprehended, that the perpetrator would come back to make his mark there again. That would be very scary. And I'm sure the people in the neighborhood are fearful because they don't know who this person is. And although it's been rendered targeted by police, some people may not believe that. They may say, well, I don't know. He may want to come over here, play funny games with me, break in my house, make a way into my house, my apartment, because we don't know who it is. But what will be more baffling than anything is that it is somebody that the girls know, that Ethan knew, somebody that they trusted, liked, hung around with, and they were perturbed, upset for some sick reason and killed them. Is it a stranger or is it somebody that the children knew? Will there be an arrest soon? Will they give us some type of information soon? I don't think so, because with the parents and family going on social media, I believe this act has perturbed law enforcement. And they do not want to speak on anything about this case. And it's possibly bothered the father, which we know it would, because that's his child who is now deceased. How will these parents be able to move on after knowing their children are no longer alive and savagely killed? Brothers, sisters, friends, associates. It's a lot to digest knowing your friend was bludgeoned to death in her own house. Your house is sacred. It's a place where you go to relax, entertain, read, sleep, cook, bathe. You don't think that someone would be so brazen to come in your house and snuff you out in the middle of the night, in your sleep or awake. But this perpetrator did, and that's what's so scary about this. These children did not die out in the street, natural causes, accident, car wreck, hit and run. They were bludgeoned inside of their beds, assumingly. And that is the worst place to be killed, is in your own house. So please be aware of your surroundings. Of those living out in Moscow and around the United States, be aware of your surroundings. Be careful what you post to social media. Be careful what you say on social media. We all entitled to our opinion, but you do not know what you could do or say that could arouse someone's spirit in a negative way. And that will also be devastating if we find out that one of the girls did or said something to somebody, someone became offended and exacted this revenge, because we really don't know. Thank you, sweetheart. Why these killings took place. And even if the girl said something out of the way to a guy or a girl or curse someone out or whatever, you still don't have the right to kill a person. This is just brutal. And that's what's so scary about it. In their home, savage, no suspect, people on edge, scary. Vigil this week. Will the perpetrator show up? 9 times out of 10, he will. He will want to see his handiwork. He wants to see the people frightful. He wants to conversate. He will conversate with some participants, and little will they know that they are talking to the killer. That's why sometimes I get very leery in doing these live streams, because you don't know who's in the chat. You don't know who's on the live stream speaking. Because we have learned that many people who are killers like to play funny games with the media and the news and send messages to the police department, taunt family members, and play funny games on social media. And I pray that I've never conversated with anyone who has killed another human being. But it is what it is. Prayers to the families, the kids, the students. If you see something, say something. Be a part of the solution, not the problem. Mind the children. Know that you can make one anonymous phone call to save a life. When I get more information pertaining to the Quinton Simon case, I will bring it to you. The mother's incarcerated, so I don't expect to really be doing a lot of talking about the case, because to me, it's a moot point. She's arrested. His remains have been confirmed to belong to him. They came from the landfill. The search is stopped. The only thing left that will be of discussion will be the shenanigans from his grandmother, Billie Joe Howe. She's not worth breath or the spit to form words. She's old news. She and that stinking cow in Canada, they're disgusting. Too many other things we can talk about. As someone has said in the chat, the Dejanay has been arrested pertaining to the Shanquilla Robinson case. I will go do my research to see if that is verifiable. If so, I'll bring you an update pertaining to that news. You all have a wonderful week. Please be safe. If you're shopping late, be aware of your surroundings. Do not fumble for keys outside in the parking lot or at your car. Do not post things to social media. Do not post the things you bought on social media. All parcels need to go in your trunk, not your seats or your floorboards. Do not go walk off to someone's car or truck or van to try to buy discounted or hot items as to preserve your life and your safety. And if you can't be home to pick up your parcels, packages, have someone pick them up at your home for you, or ask a neighbor to look out for your packages. Thank you, Sundown. God bless all of you. Thank you all for the donations this evening and the super chats and stickers. Thank you, AB, and my other guest, Miss Red. You all have a wonderful morning, because it's about to be the wee hours here. I've been on a long time, 11:15 in the high 10. God bless all of you. The movie of the week is called The Elevator, now playing on Tubi. Please check it out. Check out my latest content pertaining to Theodore Bundy. My other upload pertaining to one of the guys who was at the Grub bus. And I didn't get to play all of the content of the young man, Jeremy, who's the neighbor that people are now stalking and harassing as a potential suspect in these gruesome crimes. As I said at the beginning, that video, this video, please leave these people alone and stop stalking these people and doxing them, because you don't know who the killer is, and you yourself may end up like these 4 people, because this is not a game. These kids were snuffed out brutally. So don't think that you can't rub the wrong tree and get yourself shook, because there are sick people out here. And if 4 can be killed in one house, how easy would it be to snuff you out? So leave these people alone. Stop bothering them. Get out their inboxes. Don't go to their house, their job. Don't post things about them to social media that you do not know to be truthful or factual. Because if the police have not implicated them as a suspect, then you don't have the right to implicate them as a suspect. Thank you so much for joining me. This is Everyday Shenanigans. Thank you.